Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the floorboards creaked in one specific corner. When she pulled them up, she found a trapdoor sealed with rusted nails. Below, a concrete room, a rusted cot and scratch marks on the wall that spelled out her last name. Sarah Mercer had always felt something was off about the old farmhouse on Sycamore Lane. Not in a supernatural way, she didn't believe in ghosts, but in that peculiar sense where spaces feel wrong somehow. The 3-bedroom colonial in Oak Ridge, Missouri had been a steal at that price. The realtor had emphasized, especially with 5 acres of land, perfect for a single woman looking to escape the chaos of Chicago after her divorce. The house had been vacant for nearly 2 years before Sarah purchased it in May 2019. The previous owners, an elderly couple named Hammond, had both passed away within months of each other. Their children, living on opposite coasts, had been eager to sell. Perhaps too eager, Sarah would later think. Sarah was 37, a freelance graphic designer with a small inheritance from her grandmother that had made the down payment possible. Her friends had questioned her decision to move so far from the city to a town of barely 8,000 people. But after the messy end to her 12-year marriage, the isolation felt therapeutic rather than threatening. For the first 3 months, Sarah settled into a comfortable routine. She converted the sunroom into a home office, planted a modest vegetable garden, and adopted a 3-year-old chocolate lab named Duke from the local shelter. Her nearest neighbor, Ellen Bradshaw, was a retired school teacher who lived half a mile down the road. They'd meet for coffee every Tuesday morning at Ellen's kitchen table. "You know that house of yours has quite a history," Ellen mentioned casually during one of their coffee dates in late August. Sarah raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt. Before the Hammonds, there was the Caldwell family. They were only there about 4 years, left rather suddenly in the winter of '98. "Do you know why?" Sarah asked, something in Ellen's tone catching her attention. Ellen shrugged. The official story was that Mr. Caldwell got transferred for work, but there were rumors. "What kind of rumors?" "Oh, nothing concrete. Mrs. Caldwell, Diane was her name, she started acting strange toward the end, stopped coming to community events, pulled her kids out of school, said she was homeschooling them. Some people said she was having some kind of breakdown." The conversation moved on, but Ellen's words lingered in Sarah's mind as she drove home that afternoon. The house seemed to watch her somehow as she pulled into the gravel driveway. That night, Sarah woke at 3:17 a.m. to Duke's persistent barking. The lab was standing at the closed pantry door, his hackles raised. "What is it, buddy?" Sarah whispered, heart pounding as she fumbled for her phone's flashlight. Duke wouldn't stop barking, his eyes fixed on the pantry door. Sarah approached cautiously, imagining a mouse or perhaps a raccoon that had somehow gotten inside. When she swung open the door, Duke rushed in, circling and sniffing at the old pine floorboards in the corner. "There's nothing here," Sarah soothed, patting his head. But in the harsh beam of her flashlight, she noticed something odd about the floorboards in the corner. They seemed newer than the others, or perhaps just less worn. The grain didn't quite match. The next morning, Sarah convinced herself she'd been half asleep and imagining things. But 2 days later, unloading groceries, she heard it, a hollow sound when she stepped in that same corner of the pantry. She pressed her foot down deliberately. The floorboard creaked differently than the others. It sounded empty underneath. With growing curiosity, Sarah knelt and examined the floor more carefully. 4 boards seemed subtly different, newer nails, slightly mismatched color. Using a butter knife from her kitchen drawer, she pried at the edge of one board. It took considerable effort, but eventually the board lifted slightly. Energized by discovery, Sarah grabbed a hammer and crowbar from the garage. 30 minutes later, sweating and breathing hard, Sarah had removed all 4 boards. Beneath them was not the expected joists and insulation, but a square wooden panel, a trapdoor, secured with old, rusted nails. Her hands trembled as she worked the crowbar beneath the panel and leveraged it upward, the nails groaning as they pulled free from the wood. The smell hit her first, damp earth and mildew with something else beneath it, something stale and unpleasant. Sarah's phone flashlight revealed a narrow wooden ladder descending about 8 feet to a concrete floor. She hesitated, Duke whining anxiously behind her. Common sense told her to stop, to call someone, the police, a neighbor, anyone, but curiosity pulled at her like a physical force. "Stay, Duke," she commanded, and slowly began her descent. The space below was roughly 12 by 12 feet, with concrete walls and floor. The ceiling was the underside of her house, wooden joists exposed. In one corner sat a rusted metal cot with a stained, bare mattress. A plastic bucket lay on its side nearby, and on the far wall something that made Sarah's blood run cold, scratch marks, hundreds of them, some forming crude tallies, others forming letters. With growing horror, she traced them with her flashlight beam, reading the unmistakable word etched into the concrete, Mercer. Her last name, scratched into a wall in a hidden room she discovered by chance. Sarah scrambled back up the ladder, heart pounding, Duke barking frantically as she emerged. She slammed the trapdoor shut and replaced the floorboards with shaking hands, then ran to her car, the dog jumping in beside her. She drove straight to the sheriff's office in town. Sheriff Terrence Dale was a heavy-set man in his 50s with deep-set eyes and a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow. He listened to Sarah's breathless account with a carefully neutral expression. "Ms. Mercer," he finally said when she'd finished, "are you certain about what you saw?" "My name, my last name, was scratched into the wall," Sarah insisted. "Someone was kept down there, imprisoned." Sheriff Dale nodded slowly. "I'll send Deputy Reeves out with you to take a look, but I should tell you we've been out to that property before." "What do you mean, before?" The sheriff sighed. "In 2003, the Hammond family, your house's previous owners, reported finding that room when they were renovating. We investigated thoroughly. Couldn't find any evidence of a crime. No missing persons reports matched. The room was likely a fallout shelter from the Cold War era, modified by someone at some point." "But my name?" "Mercer is a common enough name, ma'am. Could be coincidence. Could be the previous owners playing some kind of sick joke." But when Deputy Reeves accompanied Sarah back to the house, they found the pantry floor intact. No sign of the pried-up boards, no trapdoor visible. Sarah knew she couldn't have replaced everything so perfectly in her panicked state. "I swear it was right here," she insisted, nailing on the floor. "I couldn't have imagined it." Deputy Reeves, a young woman with a tight ponytail and skeptical eyes, ran her hand over the floorboards. "No sign of recent disturbance, ma'am. These boards haven't been pulled up any time recently." Over the following weeks, Sarah became obsessed with uncovering the truth. She spent hours at the local library, researching the history of her house and the families who had lived there. She learned that before the Caldwells and the Hammonds, the house had belonged to the Webster family from 1975 to 1994. Arnold Webster had been a contractor who'd done most of the home renovations himself. A search of local newspaper archives revealed nothing unusual about any of the families, no disappearances, no reported crimes. Sarah began to doubt herself. Had she dreamed the entire thing? But Duke's behavior continued to be strange around the pantry, refusing to enter it, growling at the corner where Sarah remembered the trapdoor being. 2 months after her discovery, Sarah met Ellen for their usual Tuesday coffee. Carefully, she broached the subject of the hidden room. "Ellen, did you ever hear anything about a basement or shelter at my house? Something under the pantry, maybe." Ellen's hand paused, coffee cup halfway to her lips. "Why do you ask?" Sarah hesitated, then decided on a partial truth. "I've been having some work done, checking the foundation. The contractor mentioned something odd about that area." Ellen set her cup down slowly. There were rumors after the Caldwells left. Diane Caldwell had a sister who came to visit one summer. Pretty young woman, early 20s. After she went home, Diane started acting strange. That's when she pulled the kids from school, became reclusive. "What was the sister's name?" Sarah asked, a chill running down her spine. Ellen's brow furrowed. "I can't recall exactly. Something ordinary. Jennifer, Jessica. No, it was Julie something." That evening, Sarah searched online for information about Diane Caldwell and any sister named Julie. After hours of dead ends, she found a small obituary from a Tulsa newspaper, dated September 1997. Julie Ann Mercer, 24, passed suddenly. Survived by Sister Diane Caldwell of Oak Ridge, M.O. Sarah's fingers went numb on her keyboard. Julie Mercer. Her namesake, scratching desperate messages into concrete walls 22 years ago. The next day, Sarah went to the county records office. She requested all documentation related to her property, including building permits. Among the papers was a permit filed by Arnold Webster in 1983 for a storm shelter addition. Nothing from the Caldwell years showed any renovation to that area. That night, Sarah dreamed of a young woman with her face, scratching her name into concrete walls, calling for help that never came. She woke drenched in sweat, Duke whimpering beside her. Making a decision, Sarah packed a suitcase the next morning. She would stay with a friend back in Chicago while she decided what to do. As she loaded her car, Sheriff Dale's cruiser pulled into her driveway. "Ms. Mercer," he said, stepping out, "got a minute?" Sarah nodded warily. "Something's been bothering me about your story," he said, his voice low. "You said the name scratched was Mercer, correct? Your last name?" "Well, yes." The sheriff glanced at her house, then back at her. "I went back through some old files. In 1998, a woman filed a missing persons report for her sister, Julie Mercer, last seen visiting family in Oak Ridge. Report was filed in Oklahoma, never made it to our desk somehow." He paused. "The woman withdrew the report 3 weeks later, said there'd been a misunderstanding, her sister had been traveling." Sarah felt her mouth go dry. But I called Tulsa PD yesterday. Julie Mercer's body was found in a ravine outside Tulsa in 2004. Case went cold. The sheriff's eyes met hers. Diane Caldwell committed suicide in 2001. Her husband died of an apparent heart attack 6 months later. Sarah leaned against her car for support. "So what happened? Who sealed that room back up? The Hammonds?" Sheriff Dale shook his head. "I don't know, but I'd like your permission to bring in a team to look at your pantry floor again." 2 days later, crime scene technicians removed the floorboards in Sarah's pantry, revealing the trapdoor exactly where she had described it. But something was different. The trapdoor had been sealed with new concrete, poured smoothly over the wooden panel, effectively entombing the space below. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed a room beneath. When they finally broke through, they found the concrete room just as Sarah had described, the cot, the bucket, and the wall of desperate scratches. Forensic analysis would later confirm traces of blood matching Julie Mercer's DNA. But one detail haunted Sarah more than any other. In the beam of the crime scene lights, investigators found a second set of scratches on the opposite wall, newer than the first, spelling out a different message. She knows we're here. The case remains officially unsolved. Sarah Mercer never returned to the house on Sycamore Lane. The property sits vacant once again, a new for sale sign swaying in the breeze. Sometimes locals report seeing lights in the windows late at night, though the electricity has long been disconnected. And occasionally someone passing by claims to hear the sound of scratching, like nails on concrete, coming from somewhere deep beneath the house. In Oak Ridge, Missouri, some secrets remain buried, some rise to the surface. And some, like the truth about what happened in the room beneath the pantry, linger somewhere in between, never fully hidden, never fully revealed. Crime 2, she didn't notice them at first, tiny shoes nailed to the ceiling of the basement, all facing downward. On the soles of one pair someone had written, "She cried too loud." The discovery was made on a mild October afternoon in the small town of Oak Ridge, Vermont. Sarah Mitchell, a 34-year-old realtor, had been showing the property to a young couple looking for their first home. The Victorian-style house on Willow Lane had been vacant for nearly 8 months following the sudden relocation of the previous owners, the Garner family. While the potential buyers explored the upstairs bedrooms, Sarah ventured into the basement to check on a water heater issue mentioned in the property disclosure. That's when her flashlight beam caught the unusual shadows on the ceiling. At first, she thought they were just peculiar water stains or perhaps some kind of electrical fixture. But as her eyes adjusted to the dim light, recognition slowly dawned. 6 pairs of baby shoes, each tiny pair carefully arranged in a circle, were nailed to the wooden beams above. They appeared weathered, as if they had been there for years. When Sarah climbed onto a nearby storage crate to get a closer look, she noticed the faded handwritten message on one pair, "She cried too loud." The discovery sent a wave of unease through Sarah's body. She quickly descended from the crate, her heart racing. She completed the house showing with forced professionalism, never mentioning what she had found. Only after the couple left did she call her manager, who advised her to contact the police. Detective Thomas Reeves had served the Oak Ridge Police Department for 17 years. In a town of just under 8,000 residents, violent crime was rare. Most of his cases involved petty theft, domestic disputes, and occasional drug possession charges. The call about the shoes in the basement of 415 Willow Lane seemed at first to be nothing more than an odd curiosity, perhaps a strange art installation or the remnant of some forgotten superstition. But something about the case nagged at him. The house had been built in 1912 and had changed hands numerous times. The most recent owners, James and Ellen Garner, had lived there for just under 3 years with their 2 children before abruptly moving to Arizona the previous winter. Their departure had been unusually quick, with neighbors reporting that the family had packed and left within a week. The Garners had been relatively private people. James worked remotely as a software engineer, while Ellen stayed home with their children, a 5-year-old boy named Max and a 2-year-old girl named Lily. They were polite but kept to themselves, rarely attending community events or inviting neighbors over. As Detective Reeves began his investigation, he attempted to contact the Garners at their new address in Phoenix. His calls went unanswered, When he finally reached James Garner by email, the response was terse. "We have nothing to say about that house. We left for a reason." This cryptic reply only deepened Reeves' curiosity. He obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of the property. The basement was clean and orderly, almost too clean, as if it had been meticulously scrubbed. Besides the shoes on the ceiling, there was little else of note. Some old paint cans, garden tools, and a child's tricycle tucked away in a corner. Laboratory analysis of the shoes revealed they were at least 20 years old, far predating the Garner's residency. The dust collected on them suggested they had been in place for quite some time. The handwriting on the shoe didn't match samples of either James or Ellen Garner's writing. Reeves began interviewing previous owners and neighbors. Most had little to offer, but Meredith Hobson, an elderly woman who had lived across the street for 40 years, recalled something unusual. "There was a family here in the early 2000s, the Winstons," she told Reeves as they sat on her front porch. "They had a baby girl who cried all the time. Day and night that child would scream. The mother, Caroline, she struggled with postpartum depression. The father, David, he worked nights at the hospital as an orderly. People talked about how exhausted they both looked." "What happened to them?" Reeves asked. Meredith sipped her tea slowly before responding. "They left suddenly one winter. There were rumors that the baby had died, SIDS, they said, but there was never a funeral that I knew of. They just packed up and were gone." This information led Reeves to county records. Indeed, David and Caroline Winston had purchased the house in 1999 and sold it in 2003. There was a birth certificate for a daughter, Emma Winston, born in 2001, but Reeves could find no death certificate for the child. As Reeves dug deeper, he uncovered more disturbing details. Hospital records showed that Caroline Winston had been treated for severe postpartum depression and anxiety. David Winston had been questioned once about a domestic disturbance, though no charges were ever filed. More concerning was a Child Protective Services visit to the home in early 2003, just months before the family moved away. The report mentioned concerns about Emma's well-being, though the case was ultimately closed without action. Reeves managed to track down David Winston, now living alone in a small apartment in Burlington. The man who opened the door looked much older than his 53 years, with deep creases around his eyes and premature gray streaking his hair. "I've been waiting for someone to come asking questions," David said quietly as he invited the detective inside. "I suppose those shoes are still there." Over the next 3 hours, David Winston revealed a story that chilled Reeves to the bone. Caroline's depression had worsened after Emma's birth. The baby had colic and would cry inconsolably for hours. Sleep-deprived and increasingly detached from reality, Caroline had begun to develop disturbing beliefs. "She became convinced that Emma wasn't really our daughter," David explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "She thought something evil had taken our real baby's place. She started collecting shoes, baby shoes from thrift stores. She would nail them to the ceiling of the basement and stand underneath them for hours, just staring up." When Reeves asked about the message on the shoes, David's hands began to tremble. "Caroline wrote that. She said it was a warning to whatever had taken our real baby." He paused, struggling to continue. "I should have done more. I was exhausted, working nights, sleeping days. I didn't see how bad it had gotten." According to David, one night in February 2003, he came home from his shift to find Caroline sitting calmly at the kitchen table. When he asked where Emma was, Caroline simply said, "She stopped crying." David found their daughter in the basement, lying unnaturally still on a blanket beneath the circle of shoes. He tried CPR, called an ambulance, but it was too late. Emma was gone. Caroline insisted it wasn't her fault, David said, tears now flowing freely. She said she had just been trying to quiet her to make her stop crying. She held her too tight, that's all. What happened next explained the gaps in the official record. David, panicked and grief-stricken, had wrapped his daughter's body in the blanket and buried her in the woods behind their home that very night. He convinced Caroline that they needed to leave immediately. Within days, they had packed their belongings and moved to his mother's house in Canada. I told everyone Emma was staying with my sister while we got settled, David explained. Eventually, people stopped asking. Caroline never got better. She took her own life in 2007. I've been living with this secret ever since. Detective Reeves arrested David Winston for obstruction of justice and improper disposal of human remains. A search of the wooded area behind the house on Willow Lane revealed the skeletal remains of an infant buried beneath the roots of an old oak tree. The case of Emma Winston made national headlines briefly, then faded from public attention. The house on Willow Lane remained unsold for over 2 years, despite the removal of the shoes from the basement ceiling. The Garner family never publicly explained why they had left so suddenly, though rumors suggested that their young daughter Lily had begun talking about a crying baby she heard at night. Today, a small memorial garden stands in the backyard of 415 Willow Lane, planted by the current owners in remembrance of Emma Winston. In spring, the garden blooms with forget-me-nots, tiny blue flowers as delicate as the life that was lost there. And sometimes, new residents of Oak Ridge claim that on particularly quiet nights, if you listen carefully, you can hear the faint sound of a baby crying from somewhere deep within the old Victorian house on Willow Lane. Crime 3 steam from the shower fogged the mirror completely, but when she wiped it, she saw not her face, but a mouth wide open as if mid-scream. It disappeared the moment she blinked, but the condensation never returned. Leanne Carter had always been the responsible one. Growing up in the quiet suburb of Millfield, Connecticut, she was the daughter who called her parents every Sunday, who maintained a neat garden apartment in the renovated Victorian just 3 blocks from the town library. At 32, she had established herself as the most dependable accountant at Wilson and Mercer, where clients specifically requested her meticulous attention to detail. Her colleagues would later describe her as intensely private but never unfriendly. She smiled in the hallways, contributed to office birthday collections, and occasionally joined happy hours, though she rarely stayed for more than 1 drink. Her neighbor, Mrs. Etheridge, an elderly woman who had lived in the building for 40 years, would tell detectives that Leanne was quiet as a church mouse, but always stopped to help with my groceries. What few people realized was that Leanne had developed a precise routine over the years, one that gave her comfort and structure. Every evening she would return home at exactly 6:15 p.m., prepare a simple dinner, and then take a hot shower at 8:30. Her bathroom, freshly renovated with subway tiles and brushed nickel fixtures, had become her sanctuary. On the evening of October 17, 2023, Leanne's routine proceeded as normal. The autumn chill had set in early that year, and the radiators in the old building knocked and hissed as they came to life. She had prepared a butternut squash soup, eaten while watching a documentary about deep-sea creatures, and then gathered her towel and pajamas for her nightly shower. The water ran hot that night, filling the small bathroom with steam that clung to every surface. According to the landlord's later statement, The ventilation in the building had always been somewhat inadequate, a fact that would become strangely significant in the investigation that followed. When Leanne stepped out of the shower at approximately 8:47 p.m., the mirror above the sink was completely fogged. She reached forward with her hand, a gesture she had performed countless times before, and wiped a clear patch in the condensation. What happened next would be the subject of intense speculation and investigation for months to come. Leanne never arrived at work the following morning. When she failed to appear for an important client meeting, her supervisor, Martin Wilson, called her cell phone 3 times. When those calls went unanswered, he contacted the building manager, who reluctantly agreed to check on her apartment. The door was locked from the inside, the chain was in place. When police finally gained entry through a partially open bathroom window, they found the apartment undisturbed. A half-empty mug of chamomile tea sat on the nightstand. The bed was turned down but not slept in. The only sign of something amiss was in the bathroom. Detective Sandra Ramirez would later describe the scene as one of the most peculiar in her 17 years on the force. The bathroom appeared normal at first glance, wet towel hung neatly on the rack, toothbrush in its holder, shower curtain pulled back. But the mirror above the sink had been wiped clean in a strange pattern, not the typical circular clearing someone might make to see their reflection, but what appeared to be a wide, oval shape. Almost like a mouth, Ramirez would later tell her partner. A mouth opened in a scream. More disturbing was what they found behind the mirror. When technicians removed it from the wall, they discovered a small cavity in the wall, not unusual in old houses where medicine cabinets had been removed during renovations. But inside this cavity was a single Polaroid photograph of a woman who was not Leanne Carter. The photograph showed a young woman with dark hair, smiling. On the back, written in faded blue ink, was the name Rebecca. No one in the building recognized the woman in the photograph. Leanne's parents, who arrived the following day from their retirement community in Florida, claimed they had never heard their daughter mention anyone named Rebecca. The investigation expanded. Detectives learned that before Leanne moved into the apartment 3 years prior, it had been occupied by a graduate student named Daniel Hoffman. Hoffman had since moved to Seattle, but when contacted by phone, his reaction to the name Rebecca was telling. There was a long pause before he said, "How do you know about Rebecca?" Rebecca Winters, it turned out, had been Daniel's girlfriend 6 years earlier. Their relationship had ended abruptly when Rebecca, who struggled with depression, disappeared one evening after an argument. Her car was found 2 days later near Millfield Bridge, overlooking the dark waters of the Connolly River. Despite an extensive search, her body was never recovered. The case had eventually been classified as a likely suicide. What made this connection especially disturbing was that Daniel admitted to detectives that he and Rebecca had shared the very apartment that Leanne later occupied. In fact, the bathroom had been Rebecca's favorite place. She would take long, hot showers that steamed up the mirrors and windows. As the investigation deepened, more unsettling details emerged. 3 other women who had lived in the building over the past decade reported strange experiences in their bathrooms, voices when no one was there, unexplained moisture patterns on mirrors, and in one case, the distinct feeling of being watched while showering. The building's history revealed additional layers of mystery. Constructed in 1897, it had originally been a single-family home for a prominent doctor and his wife. In the 1920s, it was converted into a small sanitarium for women suffering from nervous disorders. Old newspaper clippings revealed that a patient had died under mysterious circumstances in 1924, found drowned in a bathtub despite the door being locked from the inside. 2 weeks after Leanne's disappearance, Mrs. Etheridge reported hearing shower water running in Leanne's vacant apartment. When police investigated, they found the bathroom completely dry, but the mirror was inexplicably fogged, despite the apartment having been unheated and unoccupied. Forensic analysts found something else: microscopic handprints on the inside of the mirror's glass, as if someone had pressed their palms against it from behind. Experts were baffled, suggesting the prints might have somehow been preserved during the manufacturing process. As months passed, the case of Leanne Carter grew cold. No body was ever found. No evidence of foul play emerged. Her bank accounts remained untouched. Her passport was still in her dresser drawer. It was as if she had simply evaporated, like the steam on her bathroom mirror. 1 year later, a young paralegal named Maya Thompson moved into the renovated Victorian. The landlord, now legally obligated to disclose the apartment's unsettling history, had difficulty finding tenants willing to stay. Maya, pragmatic and skeptical, took advantage of the reduced rent. "I don't believe in ghosts," she told her mother on the phone the evening she moved in, "and the location is perfect for my commute." 3 nights later, Maya called 911 at 8:53 p.m. The recording captured her frantic breathing as she told the dispatcher, "There's someone in my bathroom mirror I can see. A face, not my face. She's trying to tell me something." When police arrived 7 minutes later, Maya appeared calm but deeply shaken. She explained that after her shower, she had wiped the foggy mirror to see her reflection. Instead, she momentarily glimpsed what she described as a woman's face, her mouth moving like she was speaking. When asked if she could read the woman's lips, Maya hesitated before answering. "Yes," she said, she was saying behind the mirror. With Maya's permission, detectives removed the bathroom mirror once again. This time they noticed subtle tool marks around the cavity that hadn't been documented in previous reports. When they expanded their search, removing sections of drywall, they discovered a small space between the bathroom and an adjacent closet, a space just large enough for a person to stand upright. Inside this concealed space, they found a leather-bound journal. The first entry was dated October 17, 2019, exactly 4 years before Leanne's disappearance. The handwriting matched samples of Rebecca Winter's writing obtained from her family. The journal contained only one sentence, repeated on every page: "He watches me through the mirror." Daniel Hoffman was brought in for questioning again. Under intensive interrogation, he maintained his innocence regarding Rebecca's disappearance. However, when confronted with the journal, his composure finally broke. He admitted to installing two-way mirrors in the bathroom, first to spy on Rebecca and later to observe subsequent tenants. "But I wasn't even in Connecticut when Leanne disappeared," he insisted. Phone records and witnesses confirmed his alibi. He had indeed been in Seattle. The case took another turn when forensic examination of the concealed space revealed minuscule amounts of blood that matched Leanne Carter's DNA. How it got there, when Daniel Hoffman had been 3,000 miles away, remains unexplained. To this day, Leanne Carter has not been found. The building on Maple Street stands vacant now, the owner unable to find new tenants willing to live with its history. Local teenagers sometimes dare each other to peer through the windows at night, hoping to catch a glimpse of what they call the Mirror Woman. Detective Ramirez, who recently retired from the force, keeps a file box of the case in her home office. Sometimes, late at night, she reviews the photographs, the statements, the timelines, searching for something she might have missed. "The thing that still haunts me," she told a local reporter on the second anniversary of Leanne's disappearance, "is that final image from the building's security camera. It shows Leanne entering her apartment that evening, reflected briefly in the lobby's decorative mirror. If you look closely at the footage, frame by frame, there's a moment where her reflection seems to linger, just for a split second, after she's already walked out of view." She paused, then added, almost as if the reflection didn't want to follow. Crime 4, she scraped away the old wallpaper in her hallway, revealing a door with no handle, no hinges, and deep grooves running along its edges. In the center, in faded black ink, "This side is safe." Allison Mercer had always been drawn to older homes. Growing up in suburban Connecticut, she'd spend weekends with her grandmother in a Victorian house that smelled of cedar and lemon polish. When the 32-year-old elementary school teacher found the small craftsman-style home on Maple Street in Eastbrook, Pennsylvania, she felt that same comforting familiarity wash over her. Built in 1927, the house needed work. The realtor had been clear about that, but the price was right, and Allison saw potential in every cracked tile and peeling wallpaper strip. "It's got good bones," her father had said during the FaceTime tour she'd given him. "Just needs some TLC." Allison closed on the house in late September 2021. Fall in Eastbrook was picture perfect. Crimson maples lining the streets, pumpkins on porches, and neighbors who brought welcome baskets and offered help with the renovation. The previous owner, an elderly man named Harold Whitman, had passed away after living in the home for over 40 years. His children had sold it as is, eager to settle the estate. Allison's renovation plans were modest but thorough: fresh paint, refinished hardwood floors, and updated fixtures. Her first major project was stripping the faded floral wallpaper from the upstairs hallway. The pattern, once probably cheerful, had yellowed with age, curling at the seams and bubbling in places. On her third Saturday in the house, armed with a scoring tool, scraper, and spray bottle of warm water and vinegar, Allison began working her way down the hallway. The first few sections came away easily, revealing plain plaster walls beneath, but as she moved closer to the master bedroom, she noticed something odd. The wallpaper seemed thicker here, with multiple layers. When she finally peeled back a large section, she didn't find plaster underneath. She found a door. It was flush with the wall, painted over multiple times, with no visible handle or hinges. Deep grooves ran along its edges, and in the center, someone had written in faded black ink, "This side is safe." Allison stood frozen, scraper in hand, staring at her discovery. The hallway suddenly felt colder. She ran her fingers along the door's outline, feeling the definite separation between wall and door, but with no handle or visible way to open it, the door seemed permanently sealed. She called her friend Tara, who lived 20 minutes away. "You have to see this," Allison said, her voice unsteady. "There's a door hidden behind the wallpaper." Tara arrived an hour later with coffee and donuts. Together they examined the strange door, speculating about what might be behind it. "Probably just a closet or something," Tara reasoned. "Old houses have all kinds of weird storage spaces." "But why wallpaper over it?" Allison asked. "And what about that message? This side is safe. Safe from what?" They spent the afternoon carefully removing more wallpaper, revealing the door's full dimensions, standard size, about 6.5 feet tall and 3 feet wide. With no obvious way to open it, they eventually gave up for the day. That night Allison couldn't sleep. The door was directly across from her bedroom, and she found herself staring at it through her open doorway, imagining she could hear faint sounds coming from behind it, scratching, maybe, or whispers. The next morning, Allison decided to learn more about the house's history. She walked to the Eastbrook Historical Society, housed in a converted library building downtown. The volunteer, a retired history teacher named Margaret, seemed delighted by Allison's interest. The Whitman house, oh, Harold lived there forever. Quiet man, kept to himself after his wife died in '83. Before that, let's see. Margaret consulted the society's records. The Whitmans bought it in 1978 from the Caldwell family. They were only there about 5 years, and before them, the Rosens owned it for nearly 20 years. Allison leaned forward. Do you know anything about any renovations? Specifically, a door in the upstairs hallway that might have been sealed off. Margaret's expression changed subtly. What made you ask about that? I found it yesterday. Someone wallpapered over it. Margaret was quiet for a moment. There was a tragedy in that house in the early '70s. The Rosens' teenage son, Daniel, died there. It was ruled a suicide. His sister found him. Allison felt a chill. Where did it happen? I believe it was in one of the upstairs bedrooms. The parents moved out not long after. Some people said they couldn't bear to stay in the house. That evening, Allison searched online newspaper archives for information about Daniel Rosen. She found a brief obituary from April 1973. Daniel, 16, had apparently taken his father's hunting rifle and shot himself in his bedroom. The article mentioned he was survived by his parents, Nathan and Eva, and a sister, Rebecca, 14. What the article didn't explain was why a normal, apparently well-adjusted teenager with no history of depression would take his own life. Nor did it explain the hidden door or the strange message. Over the next few days, Allison became increasingly obsessed with the door. She brought in tools, trying to pry it open, but it seemed to be sealed shut with layers of paint and possibly nailed closed from the other side. She considered cutting through it, but hesitated, unsure what she might find. One night, just as she was drifting off to sleep, Allison heard a distinct thump from the hallway. She sat up, heart racing. Then came another sound, a slow, dragging noise, like someone pulling something heavy across the floor. She grabbed her phone for light and stepped into the hallway. The house was silent again. The door remained closed, undisturbed, but on the floor in front of it lay a small object that hadn't been there before, a tarnished brass key. Allison picked it up with trembling fingers. The key was old, heavy, with an ornate design on its head. She examined the door again, but could find no keyhole. The next day, Allison visited the county records office. She spent hours poring over the house's original blueprints from 1927. According to the plans, there should be no door in the hallway, just a solid wall separating the hall from what was now her bedroom. That evening, she invited Tara over again. They examined the key together, trying to make sense of its appearance. Maybe it fell from somewhere in the ceiling, Tara suggested, looking up at the hallway's smooth plaster ceiling. Or someone placed it there to freak you out. I was alone in the house. All the doors were locked. I don't know, Allison, but there has to be a logical explanation. Before leaving, Tara helped Allison measure the door and the wall behind it. Something didn't add up. The measurements suggested there should be a small space, maybe 2 feet deep, between the hallway wall and the bedroom wall, a space that didn't appear in any of the blueprints. That night, Allison dreamed of a teenage boy standing in her hallway, his face shadowed, whispering words she couldn't quite make out. When she woke, she found herself standing in front of the door, the key clutched in her hand. The next day after school, Allison drove to the address she'd found for Eva Rosen. The elderly woman now lived in a small apartment complex 30 minutes away. When Allison knocked, a frail voice called, "Coming." After what seemed like minutes, the door opened to reveal a thin woman with silver hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. "Mrs. Rosen, I'm Allison Mercer. I recently bought your old house on Maple Street." Eva Rosen's face remained impassive, but her hand tightened on the door frame. "What do you want?" "I found something in the house, a hidden door in the upstairs hallway. Someone wrote, 'This side is safe' on it. I was hoping you might know something about it." The color drained from Eva's face. She stepped back. "You should leave. I have nothing to say about that house." "Please, Mrs. Rosen, I just want to understand." After a long pause, Eva sighed. "You'd better come in." Over tea in a small, neat living room, Eva Rosen told her story. Her son Daniel had been a bright, creative boy who began experiencing strange episodes when he was 15 times when he seemed to be someone else, speaking in a different voice, mentioning people and events no one in the family knew. The doctor called it dissociative identity disorder, Eva explained, but Daniel insisted something else was happening. He said he could access another place, through a door only he could see. Eva's hands trembled as she set down her teacup. He became obsessed with this idea. He'd stare at the hallway wall for hours. He started writing things on the wall, coordinates, he called them. One day I found him with a knife trying to cut through the plaster. That's when we had him hospitalized. After 2 months of treatment, Daniel came home, seemingly better. He stopped talking about the door. He returned to school. Life seemed to normalize. Then one night I heard hammering from his room. When I went to check, the door was locked. He wouldn't answer. By the time my husband broke down the door, Eva's voice faltered. Daniel was gone. The window was closed and locked from the inside. His body was found the next day in the woods behind the high school. The police said he must have snuck out somehow, but... "You didn't believe that," Allison said softly. The message, "This side is safe," that was written on his bedroom wall, in his handwriting, it wasn't there before that night. Eva looked directly at Allison. "After Daniel died, my husband built a false wall in the hallway. He said it was to expand the bedroom closet, but I knew. He was sealing off whatever Daniel had found." Her eyes filled with tears. "We moved 3 months later. I couldn't bear to walk past that hallway." Allison returned home, her mind reeling. She stood in the hallway, staring at the door. The key felt heavy in her pocket. She thought about covering the door again, new wallpaper, perhaps paint. She could pretend she'd never found it. Instead, she began examining the door more carefully. As the evening light shifted, she noticed something she'd missed before, a small, almost imperceptible line near the center of the door, about 4 feet up. She pressed on it, and with a soft click, a narrow panel slid open, revealing a keyhole. Allison's heart pounded as she fit the brass key into the lock. It turned with surprising ease. There was a dull thud, as if something heavy had disengaged, and the door shifted slightly inward. She stood frozen, key in hand, staring at the now unlocked door. Behind it could be a forgotten storage space, a structural void, or perhaps something that had driven a teenage boy to desperation 50 years ago. Allison's phone rang, startling her. It was Tara calling to check in. "I found the keyhole," Allison said without preamble. "The door is unlocked now." "Don't open it until I get there," Tara insisted. "I'm on my way." But as Allison waited, she couldn't resist pressing her ear against the door. At first, she heard nothing. then faintly what sounded like humming, a melody she almost recognized. Her hand moved to the place where a doorknob should be, finding instead a small, recessed grip. She pulled gently. The door shifted, decades of paint cracking along its edges. Allison hesitated. From somewhere downstairs, she heard the sound of Tara's car pulling into the driveway. "This side is safe," Allison whispered to herself, repeating the strange warning. What did that mean about the other side? She let go of the door and stepped back, deciding to wait for Tara before proceeding further. Whatever was behind the door had been sealed away for decades. It could wait a few more minutes. As she turned to head downstairs, Allison noticed something that made her blood run cold, a fresh line of text appearing on the door, slowly forming as if being written by an invisible hand. "Are you coming in, or am I coming out?" The doorbell rang. Allison ran downstairs, her decision made. Some doors, she realized, were meant to stay closed. Behind her, unnoticed, the key turned in the lock again, but this time from the other side. Crime 5, it was left on the bench outside her house, a child's backpack zipped shut. Inside were 5 baby monitors, all switched on. Only one of them was making noise. A voice whispered, "She's awake again." Lauren Emerson had only lived in Oak Ridge, Tennessee for 3 months when the backpack appeared. Originally from Boston, the 32-year-old psychologist had moved to the small town for a position at the community health center. She'd purchased a modest bungalow on Maple Street, a quiet residential area with mostly older residents who had lived there for decades. That April evening, Lauren returned home after an 8-hour shift counseling troubled teens. The spring air was still warm as dusk began to settle over the neighborhood. She noticed the small purple backpack immediately, a child's size, with cartoon dinosaurs decorating the fabric. It sat neatly centered on the wooden bench beside her front door. Lauren approached it cautiously. In a town like Oak Ridge, people sometimes left welcome gifts for newcomers, but something about this felt different. There was no note attached, no neighbor waving from across the street taking credit for the gesture. She unzipped the bag slowly, revealing the strange collection inside. 5 baby monitors were carefully arranged, their power lights glowing green. The small screens of the parent units displayed static images of darkened rooms. Only the one on top seemed to be transmitting any audio. "She's awake again," the voice had whispered, then silence. Lauren waited, listening intently. Nothing more came through the speaker. She checked each monitor but found no identifying marks, just standard store-bought models, the type any new parent might own. The problem was Lauren didn't know any new parents in Oak Ridge. She barely knew anyone at all. That night, Lauren called the local police department. Officer Dennis Reeves arrived 45 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a salt and pepper mustache and the relaxed demeanor of someone who mostly dealt with parking violations and the occasional teenage vandalism. "Probably just kids playing a prank," he suggested, examining the backpack. "We've had some mischief lately with the high school seniors getting antsy before graduation." But Lauren couldn't shake the unease that had settled over her since discovering the backpack. Why baby monitors, though, and why 5 of them? Officer Reeves shrugged, making notes in his small pad. "Teenagers don't always need reasons that make sense to adults, Ms. Emerson. I'll take this with me, log it as found property. If anyone reports missing monitors, we'll know where they are." 3 days passed without incident. Lauren almost managed to put the strange backpack out of her mind, focusing instead on settling into her new role at the health center. Her caseload was already substantial, teenagers struggling with anxiety, depression, substance abuse. The work was demanding but fulfilling. Then on Thursday morning, she found another backpack on the bench. This one was blue with rocket ships. Inside were 4 baby monitors, all switched on. One of them spoke as she opened the bag. The medicine isn't working anymore. Lauren immediately called Officer Reeves again. This time he arrived with a younger female officer, Detective Sarah Klein. "This changes things," Detective Klein said, her expression serious as she carefully placed the second backpack into an evidence bag. "We're looking at targeted behavior now." "Do you have any idea who might want to unsettle you?" Officer Reeves asked, choosing his words carefully. Lauren thought about her patients, troubled teens, yes, but none who had displayed any concerning fixations on her. She had left no angry ex-boyfriends behind in Boston, no unresolved feuds with former colleagues. Her life had always been relatively drama-free. "I can't think of anyone," she admitted. "What about your patients?" Detective Klein asked. "Anyone who seems particularly attached or resentful?" Lauren hesitated. "I work with teenagers. Some have behavioral issues, but nothing that would suggest this kind of elaborate harassment." Still, she promised to review her patient files, looking for any possible connections. Detective Klein gave her a direct number to call if anything else unusual occurred. That night, Lauren found herself unable to sleep. Every small noise from outside made her heart race. Around 2 a.m., she got up to make tea, standing by her kitchen window that overlooked the quiet street. The houses across from hers were dark, their occupants long asleep. Except for one. In the house directly opposite, a single upstairs window glowed with soft light. As Lauren watched, a figure moved past the window, just a silhouette, impossible to identify. The next morning, Lauren asked her neighbor, Mrs. Gladwell, about the house across the street. "Oh, that's the Harmon place," the elderly woman replied while watering her front garden. "David and Melissa Harmon moved in about 5 years ago, keep to themselves mostly. They have a daughter, must be around 16 now, quiet girl." "I don't think I've seen them around," Lauren commented. Mrs. Gladwell lowered her voice. "There was some trouble, I hear. The daughter, Ellie, I think her name is, she had some kind of breakdown last year. Doesn't go to school anymore. Melissa homeschools her now." Lauren felt a chill despite the warm spring morning. What kind of breakdown? Nobody knows for sure. David works for the Department of Energy at the lab, very private people. But the ambulance came one night, and after that, Ellie stopped appearing in public. Some say she tried to hurt herself. Lauren thanked Mrs. Gladwell for the information and walked to her car, trying to ignore the prickling sensation at the back of her neck. As she pulled out of her driveway, she glanced at the Harmon house. The curtains in the upstairs window moved slightly, as if someone had just stepped away. At work, Lauren requested information about Ellie Harmon, but none of her colleagues had the girl as a patient. The community health center wasn't the only mental health provider in town. There were private practices, and some families went to specialists in Knoxville. That evening, no backpack appeared on her bench. Lauren felt both relieved and strangely on edge, as if waiting for the other shoe to drop. She tried to distract herself by unpacking more boxes from her move, organizing her small home office with psychology textbooks and framed degrees. Around 9, her doorbell rang. Lauren froze, staring at the front door. She hadn't been expecting anyone. After a moment's hesitation, she approached and looked through the peephole. A man stood on her porch, tall, with dark-rimmed glasses and the tired posture of someone carrying a heavy burden. He wore a button-down shirt and khaki pants, business casual attire that seemed slightly rumpled. "Can I help you?" Lauren called through the door, not opening it. "Ms. Emerson, I'm David Harmon from across the street. I think we need to talk." Lauren's pulse quickened. She considered calling Detective Klein, but curiosity overcame caution. She opened the door, keeping the chain on. "What do you want to talk about, Mr. Harmon?" His eyes were bloodshot, his face drawn. "About the backpacks and about my daughter, Ellie." Lauren let him in, but kept her phone in her pocket with Detective Klein's number ready to dial. They sat in her living room, separated by a coffee table that felt too small for comfort. "Ellie has been diagnosed with early-onset schizophrenia," David began without preamble. "She started showing symptoms at 14. By 15, she was experiencing full psychotic episodes. We've tried different medications, different therapists. Nothing seems to work for long." Lauren nodded, her professional training kicking in despite her personal concerns. "It's a difficult condition to manage, especially in adolescence." "Ellie became obsessed with baby monitors about 6 months ago," he continued, staring at his hands. "She thinks people are watching her, listening to her, so she started collecting monitors to listen back to them. She has this elaborate delusion that there are children being kept in hidden rooms all over town and no one is helping them." The pieces started falling into place for Lauren, and she saw me move in. "A new person in town, a psychologist. She must have looked you up online." David rubbed his face wearily. "Ellie is very intelligent. Even with her condition, she can be remarkably resourceful when focused on something." "The voice on the monitors," Lauren said, "was that Ellie?" David nodded. "She records things on her phone, plays them through the baby monitors. It's part of her process. She thinks she's sending you messages about these children she believes are hidden, trying to get your help." "Why didn't you stop her? How did she even get to my house to leave the backpacks?" "We can't watch her every minute," David said, a defensive edge entering his voice. "We try, but sometimes she slips out, and sometimes," he faltered, "sometimes Melissa thinks it's better to let her act out these delusions in relatively harmless ways. The psychiatrist said forcing her to stop entirely can make the episodes worse." "Relatively harmless," Lauren echoed. "Mr. Harmon, your daughter left disturbing messages on my property, twice." "I know, and I'm sorry. It won't happen again. We've increased her medication, and we're looking into a residential treatment program in Nashville." He reached into his pocket and produced a business card. "This is our family doctor. He can verify everything I've told you." Lauren took the card, studying it. Dr. Martin Chen, Psychiatric Services. The office was in Knoxville. "I'd like to speak with your daughter," Lauren said firmly. David shook his head. "That's not possible right now. She's not stable. Meeting new people can trigger episodes. Then I'll need to follow up with the police. They're already investigating this as targeted harassment." David's posture stiffened. "Please, we're doing everything we can for Ellie. Getting the police more involved will only traumatize her further. She's not dangerous, just sick." Lauren felt conflicted. As a mental health professional, She understood the challenges of caring for someone with severe psychiatric illness. But as the target of Ellie's fixation, she also felt entitled to some peace of mind. "I'll speak with Detective Klein," she decided, "but I'll explain the situation. If nothing else happens, perhaps we can handle this informally." David seemed to collapse with relief. "Thank you. We're just trying to do what's best for our daughter." After he left, Lauren called Detective Klein and relayed the conversation. The detective promised to verify David's story with Dr. Chen. "Keep your doors locked anyway," she advised, "and call immediately if anything else happens." That night, Lauren lay awake again, thinking about Ellie Harmon. If David was telling the truth, the girl was suffering from serious delusions. If he wasn't, what then? What else could explain the backpacks? A week passed without incident. Lauren occasionally saw lights in the upstairs window of the Harmon house, but no sign of Ellie herself. Detective Klein confirmed that Dr. Chen verified Ellie's diagnosis and treatment plan, including the pending application to the residential facility in Nashville. Then, on a rainy Tuesday afternoon, Lauren arrived home to find a small envelope tucked under her windshield wiper. Inside was a handwritten note. "The girl in the yellow house is being drugged. She cries at night. I can hear her through the monitor. Please help her." The note wasn't signed, but Lauren didn't need a signature to guess its author. She called Detective Klein immediately. This time the police response was more serious. Officers visited the Harmon house that evening. David and Melissa cooperated, allowing them to speak briefly with Ellie, a pale, thin teenager with long dark hair and intense eyes. According to Klein's report back to Lauren, the girl was clearly experiencing psychosis, but wasn't considered an immediate danger to herself or others. The Harmons agreed to expedite Ellie's admission to the Nashville facility. Within 3 days, they would be taking her there for an initial assessment. Lauren tried to put the matter behind her, focusing on her patients at the clinic, but something about the situation continued to nag at her. Something about David Harmon's explanation felt too neat, too convenient. On Thursday evening, Lauren found herself driving slowly through her neighborhood. Without consciously planning it, she turned onto Willow Lane, where a small yellow house sat at the end of the cul-de-sac. The only yellow house in the immediate area. Lauren parked across the street and observed the house. It was well maintained, with flower boxes in the windows and a small tricycle on the front lawn. A family home. After 15 minutes, a woman emerged, mid-30s, carrying a grocery bag. A moment later, a little girl followed her, no more than 4 years old, with blonde pigtails and a pink dress. They seemed perfectly normal, happy even, as the mother helped the little girl into a car seat before driving away. Lauren felt equal parts foolish and relieved. What had she expected? Evidence of a drugged, imprisoned child. Ellie's delusions were just that, delusions. As Lauren prepared to drive home, an elderly man walking a small dog approached her car. He bent down to peer in her window with the friendly curiosity of a small-town resident. "You looking to buy in the neighborhood?" he asked. "Henderson Place 2 doors down just went on the market." "No, just admiring the houses," Lauren replied lamely. The man nodded toward the yellow house. "That's the West Place, nice young couple. They're fostering little Gracie, sweet child. Had a rough start in life, but they're good people." Lauren felt a chill. Fostering. Poor thing was found abandoned last year. No one ever claimed her. The Wests took her in about 6 months ago. They're hoping to adopt, I hear. 6 months ago, around the time Ellie Harmon had become obsessed with baby monitors. Do you know the Harmons? Lauren asked suddenly, from Maple Street. The old man's expression changed subtly. Oh yes, everyone knows about the Harmons. He glanced around, then lowered his voice. Melissa used to work for Child Protective Services before their daughter got sick, had to quit to take care of her. He straightened up. Anyway, nice chatting with you. Evening's getting chilly. Lauren drove home in a daze, her mind racing with possibilities. Coincidences, surely. But what if they weren't? What if Ellie, despite her mental illness, or perhaps because of it, had stumbled onto something real? That night another backpack appeared on Lauren's bench. This one contained a single baby monitor and a folded piece of paper. The monitor was silent. The note read simply, "They're taking me away tomorrow. Please check on Gracie." Lauren called Detective Klein one last time. The investigation that followed revealed a truth more complex than anyone had imagined. Melissa Harmon had indeed worked for Child Protective Services. She had been involved in Gracie's case initially, the abandoned child with no records, no identity. The official story was that the little girl had been found at a bus station. But there were inconsistencies in the paperwork, missing reports, dates that didn't align. And when authorities searched the Harmon home, they found a hidden room in the basement. Inside was a collection of children's clothes, toys, and documents, including birth certificates and social security cards for 3 different children who didn't exist in any public database. David and Melissa Harmon were arrested 2 weeks later, charged with child trafficking and falsifying government documents. The full extent of their operation was still being uncovered, a network that potentially stretched across multiple states. And Ellie Harmon, she was indeed diagnosed with schizophrenia, but her condition had been deliberately exacerbated by medications her parents administered in doses beyond prescription. When she began to notice inconsistencies in their behavior, when she started to piece together fragments of conversations about children and placements and payments, they increased her medication further. But Ellie found ways to resist. She collected baby monitors from neighbors' garbage, from yard sales. She hid them throughout the house, listening, gathering evidence in her own disordered way. She tried to make sense of what she heard, what she saw. And when Lauren Emerson moved in, a psychologist, someone who might understand, Ellie saw her chance. Gracie West remained with her foster parents, who were cleared of any involvement in the Harmon's activities. Ellie was placed in a psychiatric facility in Nashville, where without her parents' excessive medication, her condition gradually stabilized enough for her to provide testimony. Lauren sometimes drives past the Harmon house, now empty with a for sale sign in the yard. She thinks about the backpacks, the whispered messages, the desperate attempts of a young girl to communicate through the fog of her illness and medication. And she wonders how many other voices go unheard, how many messages are dismissed as delusion when they might contain fragments of terrible truths. The backpack full of baby monitors sits in an evidence locker now, but sometimes Lauren imagines she can still hear that whisper. She's awake again, and now so are we all. Crime 6, she sliced open the old cushions to replace the stuffing, but instead of foam she found rags soaked in something dark. Stuffed between them was a driver's license. The name was hers, the face wasn't. April in Millbrook, Oregon, brought the kind of rain that made everything feel heavier. 34-year-old Elaine Mercer had lived in her grandmother's house for just 3 weeks when she decided to renovate. The Victorian two-story home sat at the end of Oakwood Drive, the last in a row of similar houses, all built in the 1940s, all watching the street with identical expressions of faded dignity. Elaine's grandmother, Martha Becker, had passed away in January after living alone for 23 years. The house hadn't been updated since 1985. The wallpaper peeled in corners where moisture had crept in, and the furniture carried the distinctive scent of a life long finished. In the living room, a burgundy three-cushion couch had dominated the space for as long as anyone could remember. Its fabric was worn in places where Martha had sat every evening to watch her shows, a cup of tea always within reach. "I always hated that couch," Elaine told her friend Kim over the phone, "but Grandma wouldn't let anyone touch it, said Grandpa picked it out special before he died." Elaine had grown up 3 hours away in Portland. She visited her grandmother twice a year, Christmas and during summer break. Those visits created fragments of memories, the smell of Martha's lemon squares, the tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway, and always the scratchy feel of that burgundy couch. When Martha passed, leaving the house to her only grandchild, Elaine saw it as a chance to start over. Her design firm in Portland had begun allowing remote work, and her recent divorce from her husband of 8 years made the timing perfect for relocation. The renovation started with the bedrooms and kitchen. By the 3rd week of April, Elaine had reached the living room. The burgundy couch was the last piece connecting the space to her grandmother's time. "I'm thinking of rooflstering it," she told Kim. "The frame is solid, just needs new fabric and stuffing." On Friday, April 19th, Elaine spread a tarp across the hardwood floor. The house was quiet except for the steady patter of rain against the windows and the occasional creak of the old structure settling. She positioned her materials, fabric scissors, a staple remover, and several yards of a sage green upholstery fabric she'd ordered online. She began with the back cushion, carefully removing the burgundy fabric. The cushion was heavier than expected. As her scissors pierced the underside, she anticipated the resistant give of foam. Instead, the blade met something firmer, wrapped in what appeared to be cloth. "That's odd," she murmured to herself, widening the cut. The stuffing wasn't foam at all, but rags, dozens of pieces of fabric tightly packed together, and they were soaked in something that had dried to a dark rust color. Elaine's heart quickened as she pulled at one of the rags. It came away with effort, revealing more beneath. Tucked between 2 particularly dense layers of fabric was something plastic and rectangular. She extracted it carefully, wiping away the residue with her thumb. A driver's license. The plastic was cloudy with age, but the information was readable. The name printed on it was Elaine Mercer, her name, with her date of birth. But the photograph showed a young woman with dark hair and sharp features. A woman who wasn't her. The clock in the hallway ticked louder in the silence that followed. Elaine called the police. Detective Samuel Reeves arrived 40 minutes later. He was in his late 40s, with the lined face of someone who had seen too many inexplicable things. He examined the driver's license, turning it over in his gloved hands. "And you're sure you've never seen this woman before?" he asked. "Never," Elaine confirmed, "but that's my name, my birth date, everything but the photo." Reeves nodded thoughtfully. "Mind if we take the rest of the cushions for examination?" By evening, the couch had been dismantled in Elaine's living room. The 2 remaining cushions yielded similar contents, rags soaked in what preliminary tests confirmed was blood long dried. The seat cushions contained additional items: a silver locket containing a picture of a young couple, a hotel room key with the number 219, and a folded sheet of paper with what appeared to be a list of names, most of them crossed out. Near the bottom of the list, uncrossed, was the name Elaine Mercer. Detective Reeves established a timeline. Martha Becker had purchased the couch in 1978, shortly after her husband's death. According to neighbors, the couch had never left the house. Martha had refused professional cleaners and never mentioned rooflstering it. "Your grandmother," Reeves asked carefully, "what did she do for work?" "She was a nurse," Elaine replied. "Worked at County General for almost 40 years before retiring." Reeves nodded, making notes. "And your grandfather?" "He worked for the state, some office job. He died before I was born." The investigation expanded. The blood in the couch cushions was tested and found to belong to at least 3 different individuals. None matched any samples in the criminal database. The driver's license had been reported stolen in 1977 from a young woman named Andrea Coleman, who had subsequently changed her name to Elaine Mercer through marriage. Andrea Coleman had disappeared in August 1978, last seen leaving her shift at a diner near County General Hospital. "Could it be a coincidence?" Elaine asked when Reeves shared this information. "Another Elaine Mercer who just happened to have my birth date." "Coincidences exist," Reeves said carefully, "but in my experience they're rare." More disturbing connections emerged. The hotel room key was traced to the Pinewood Inn, demolished in 1982. Records showed the room had been registered to an Edward Becker, Elaine's grandfather, for one night in July 1978, a month before Andrea Coleman's disappearance. The names on the list were being checked against missing persons cases from the 1970s. 3 weeks into the investigation, Elaine found a box of her grandmother's journals in the attic. The entries spanned decades, written in Martha's precise penmanship. Most contained mundane details of daily life, but starting in June 1978, the tone changed. "Edward is becoming erratic," one entry read. "Found bloody clothes in the garage again. He says it's from hunting, but I know what he's doing. God help me, I know." Subsequent entries documented Martha's growing horror at her husband's activities. According to her journals, Edward Becker had developed an obsession with young women who resembled his deceased daughter, Elaine's mother, who had died in childbirth. Edward had begun stalking women with similar features, eventually escalating to abduction and murder. "He brings their belongings home," Martha wrote. "Trophies, he calls them. Says they keep our daughter's memory alive. I've tried to stop him. I've threatened to report him. But he says they'll take me too, that I'm an accomplice now. And what of my granddaughter, who would care for little Elaine if both of us were gone?" The final entry regarding Edward came in October 1978. "It's done. Edward won't hurt anyone else. I've made sure of that. God forgive me for what I've done, but I couldn't let it continue. The evidence is secured where no one will look. I will live with this secret, and I will protect Elaine from ever knowing the monster her grandfather was." Edward Becker, according to official records, had died of a heart attack in November 1978. He was cremated without autopsy, with Martha the only witness to his death. The couch, investigators determined, had been purchased a week after Edward's death. When confronted with the journal, Elaine collapsed into a chair, her world unraveling with each revelation. Her childhood memories of her grandmother's house, the ticking clock, the lemon squares, the burgundy couch that was never to be disturbed, took on sinister dimensions. "Why would she keep it?" Elaine whispered. Why not burn everything? Detective Reeves had seen enough crime in his career to know that the human mind works in complicated ways. Sometimes, he said gently, keeping evidence close is a form of control. Your grandmother was trying to protect you while ensuring the victims weren't forgotten. The investigation continued, but many questions remained unanswered. Forensic teams searched the property, finding additional evidence buried in the garden, jewelry, pieces of identification, buttons from clothing. The names on the list were confirmed as missing women from 1976 to 1978, all bearing resemblance to Elaine's mother. Martha Becker had lived with her husband's crimes and possibly her own, his murder, for over 40 years. She had maintained a normal appearance, worked as a nurse, baked lemon squares for her grandchild, and sat every evening on a couch stuffed with the evidence of unimaginable horrors. As for the driver's license with Elaine's name, investigators theorized that Andrea Coleman had been Edward's final target, selected because she had recently taken a name identical to his granddaughter's through marriage. A final, twisted tribute to the family he believed he was preserving. 1 year later, Elaine sold the house in Millbrook. She couldn't live with the whispers that followed her through town or with the knowledge of what had happened under that roof. The burgundy couch and its contents became evidence in one of Oregon's most disturbing cold cases. At night, alone in her new apartment in Seattle, Elaine sometimes wakes to the phantom sound of a ticking clock. In these moments, she wonders about the woman whose face stared back at her from the driver's license, the other Elaine Mercer who might have lived if not for a chance similarity to a dead woman. And she wonders about her grandmother, who for decades sat quietly above her terrible secret, protecting her granddaughter from the truth about the monster in their family and perhaps the monster she herself had become. Some nights Elaine finds herself checking behind the cushions of her own furniture, half expecting to find something hidden there. A habit developed from the understanding that sometimes the most disturbing secrets are hidden in plain sight in the everyday objects we learn to stop seeing. The burgundy couch remains in police evidence storage, its contents catalogued and preserved, a testament to how easily horror can disguise itself as ordinary and how some stains can never truly be removed, no matter how deeply they're buried. Crime 7, the chimney hadn't worked in years, but when the technician cleaned it, he found a scorched leather notebook lodged behind a brick. Its final entry read, "The fire didn't kill him, he's still here." Marco Esposito had been working as a chimney sweep in Coldwater, Michigan for 15 years. On September 12, 2023, he arrived at 478 Lakeside Drive, a Victorian-style home built in 1908 that had recently been purchased by the Henderson family. The Hendersons, David, Emily, and their 10-year-old daughter Lily, had moved from Chicago seeking a quieter life by the lake. The house had stood vacant for nearly 3 years after the previous owner, 81-year-old Alina Whitfield, passed away in her sleep. Her children, who lived out of state, had struggled to sell the property in the small town's stagnant real estate market. The chimney's probably full of debris, David Henderson had told Marco when he called to schedule the appointment. "We'd like to have fires this winter." Marco remembered how the morning light filtered through the tall windows as Emily Henderson led him to the ornate fireplace in the living room. The mantel was carved oak, darkened with age and neglect, but still impressive. "It's a beautiful piece," Marco said, running his gloved hand along the intricate floral patterns. "That's why we bought the house," Emily replied, her voice soft but filled with pride. "They don't make craftsmanship like this anymore." Marco began his routine inspection, shining his flashlight up the chimney flue. Years of soot, abandoned bird nests, and dead leaves had accumulated. This was standard for an unused chimney. What wasn't standard was the loose brick he discovered halfway up the flue. "Sometimes they come loose over time," he explained to Emily, who watched with mild interest. "I'll need to reposition it." As Marco worked the brick free to reset it properly, something fell from behind it, a small leather-bound journal, its edges blackened and brittle from years of exposure to soot and heat. The fall dislodged several loose pages, which fluttered to the hearth like large, darkened snowflakes. "What's that?" Emily asked, stepping closer. "Looks like someone hid a journal in the chimney," Marco replied, carefully picking up the fragile object. "It's pretty damaged, but some of it seems readable." Emily called her husband from his home office, and together they examined the journal while Marco continued his work. The handwriting was tight and meticulous, written in faded blue ink. Most pages were illegible, damaged by heat and time, but a few passages remained clear enough to read. "It's dated," David noted, squinting at the first decipherable entry. "March 3, 2018. The entry described ordinary events, a grocery trip, a call with a daughter named Kathy, complaints about arthritis pain. The handwriting belonged to Alina Whitfield, the home's previous owner. "This must have been her diary," Emily said. "Why would she hide it in the chimney?" As they flipped through the fragile pages, the entries became increasingly disturbed. By June 2018, Alina wrote about hearing footsteps at night. By August, she described finding objects moved from their proper places, a watch she always kept on her nightstand appearing in the bathroom sink, family photographs turned to face the wall. "I know someone is in the house," read an entry from September 20. "The police think I'm just a confused old woman. My children think I need help, but I'm not imagining this." The final legible entry was dated November 14, 2018, just 3 months before Elena was found dead in her bed. "The fire didn't kill him. He's still here. I've seen him watching me from the corner of my bedroom. He stands there for hours just watching. No one believes me. I'm hiding this journal where he won't find it. If something happens to me, this is why." The Hendersons fell silent after reading this passage, a chill settling over the room despite the warm September day outside. "Mrs. Whitfield died of natural causes," Marco said quietly. "Heart failure, if I remember correctly. It was in the local paper." Detective Lauren Maxwell had worked for the Coldwater Police Department for 22 years. She remembered Alina Whitfield's case well, or rather, she remembered that there hadn't really been a case. The medical examiner had ruled it natural causes, heart failure in an elderly woman with a history of cardiac problems. There had been no signs of forced entry, no evidence of foul play. Yet here was David Henderson in her office, sliding a soot-stained journal across her desk. "I understand this seems unusual," David said, his voice steady but his fingers nervously tapping against his knee. "But my wife and I are concerned. Alina was clearly afraid of something or someone before she died." Lauren leafed through the journal carefully. Most entries were mundane, documenting the quiet life of an aging widow. Then, around March 2018, the tone shifted. Alina began describing small disturbances, items misplaced, strange noises at night, a persistent feeling of being watched. "Elderly people living alone sometimes experience paranoia," Lauren explained gently. It's not uncommon. But what about this fire she mentions? David pressed. The entry about him surviving a fire. Lauren promised to look into any records of fires at or near the property. She also agreed to review Alina's autopsy report, though she cautioned David against expecting anything significant. Sometimes a journal is just someone working through their fears, she said, but I'll check it out. After David left, Lauren spent the afternoon searching through Coldwater's records. There had been no fires reported at 478 Lakeside Drive in the past 50 years. However, in 1976, a small groundskeeper's cottage on the property had burned down, claiming the life of a 35-year-old man named Thomas Ridley, who had worked for the property's owners at that time. The investigation concluded that Ridley had fallen asleep with a lit cigarette. His remains had been so badly damaged that identification had been made primarily through dental records. Something about this connection nagged at Lauren. She called the county records office and requested information about any other deaths associated with the property. 3 days later, Emily Henderson called the police department in a state of agitation. "We found something in the basement," she said, her voice tense. "My husband thinks you should see it." Lauren arrived to find the Hendersons standing outside their home, unwilling to go back inside. David led her down to the basement where renovation work had begun. The contractor had removed a section of drywall, revealing an older brick wall behind it. One brick had been loosened, and behind it was a small cavity. Inside the cavity was a plastic bag containing a man's wallet, its leather cracked with age. The driver's license inside belonged to Thomas Ridley, the groundskeeper who had supposedly died in the cottage fire in 1976. Also in the wallet was a key. Lauren brought the items back to the station and began a deeper investigation. The key matched a safe deposit box at Coldwater Community Bank. Inside the box were photographs of Alina Whitfield, taken through windows without her knowledge. There were dozens of them spanning years, along with several pieces of jewelry that Alina's daughter Kathy later identified as having belonged to her mother, pieces the family had assumed were lost. A new picture began to emerge. Thomas Ridley hadn't died in that fire. Somehow he had faked his death and remained in Coldwater, eventually developing an obsession with Alina Whitfield. Further investigation revealed that in 2017, a man named Theodore Russell had moved into a small apartment 3 blocks from Alina's home. Theodore had worked occasional odd jobs around town, but kept to himself. He had died of pancreatic cancer in March 2019, just weeks after Alina's death. His obituary mentioned no survivors. When Lauren obtained Theodore's photograph from his driver's license, facial recognition software confirmed what she had begun to suspect. Theodore Russell and Thomas Ridley were the same person. The evidence suggested that Ridley had stalked Alina for years, possibly entering her home when she was out or asleep. Had he finally confronted her that night in February 2019? Had the shock of facing her longtime stalker triggered Alina's heart failure? These questions would remain unanswered. Theodore Russell's body had been cremated, leaving no possibility for further investigation. Lauren delivered her findings to the Hendersons on a cool October evening. They sat in their kitchen, the renovated chimney visible through the doorway to the living room. "So Alina wasn't imagining things," Emily said quietly. "Someone really was watching her." "It appears so," Lauren confirmed. "We may never know exactly what happened the night she died, whether he confronted her or whether she simply succumbed to heart failure, never knowing the truth. David stared thoughtfully at the fireplace. What about the fire she mentioned, the one that didn't kill him? Lauren explained her theory. Eleanor must have figured it out. She realized that Thomas Ridley, who supposedly died in the fire on her property decades ago, was actually alive and stalking her. But she had no proof, and given her age, no one would believe her, Emily finished. The Hendersons decided to remain in the house. They completed their renovations, including reinforcing all the doors and windows with modern security features. They kept Eleanor's journal, treating it with the respect due to someone whose fears had been tragically validated too late. On cool evenings, when they light fires in the restored chimney, they sometimes speak of Eleanor, hoping she somehow knows that in the end, someone finally believed her story. The journal itself now rests in the Coldwater Historical Society, a reminder that sometimes the most disturbing tales are those rooted not in the supernatural, but in the very real darkness that can hide behind human faces. Crime 8, her daughter brought home a sketch from school, a field, a tree, and a woman lying face down in the grass. She smiled until she recognized the earrings. They were hers. She'd never taken her daughter to that place. The small town of Millfield, Pennsylvania, had always been the kind of place where people left their doors unlocked at night. Located just far enough from Pittsburgh to avoid the urban sprawl, its 6,000 residents knew each other by name, exchanged pleasantries at the local grocery store, and gathered for summer festivals in the town square. It was in this tight-knit community that Rebecca Lawson had chosen to raise her 7-year-old daughter, Emma. Rebecca was a single mother who worked as a nurse at Millfield General Hospital. Her shifts often stretched into the late evening, but she had arranged her schedule to ensure she was home when Emma returned from school. Divorced for 3 years from Emma's father, who had moved to California for work, Rebecca had built a quiet, structured life for herself and her daughter. October in Millfield brought crisp air and trees ablaze with color. The Lawsons lived in a modest 2-bedroom house on Maple Street, with a small yard where Emma would spend hours collecting fallen leaves for her art projects. Emma was a quiet child with an unusual talent for drawing. Her teachers often commented on the detail and emotional depth present in her artwork, remarkable for someone so young. On Tuesday, October 12, 2023, Rebecca greeted Emma at the door after school as usual. Emma's backpack was bulging with the day's schoolwork, and she was eager to show her mother what she had created in art class. Rebecca prepared a snack of apple slices and peanut butter while Emma carefully removed her drawings from a folder. "What did you draw today, sweetie?" Rebecca asked, placing the plate on the kitchen table. Emma spread out 3 drawings. The first 2 were typical childhood scenes, their house with smoke curling from the chimney and a portrait of their cat Milo. But it was the 3rd drawing that caught Rebecca's attention and made her pause mid-motion. The scene depicted was simple yet unsettling. A wide, open field with tall grass, a solitary oak tree in the background, and a figure lying face down in the grass. The figure was wearing a blue dress and had long, dark hair splayed out around her head. Most disturbing to Rebecca were the earrings drawn with remarkable precision on the figure, small silver hoops with tiny turquoise stones. Rebecca touched her earlobe reflexively. The earrings in the drawing were identical to the pair her sister had given her for her 30th birthday last year, earrings she wore almost daily. "Emma," she said, keeping her voice steady, "what is this drawing of?" Emma looked up from her apple slice. "It's the lady sleeping in the grass by the big tree." What lady? Where did you say this? Emma shrugged, her attention already drifting to her snack. Just saw her. Rebecca felt a chill travel up her spine. She knew every place Emma went: school, her friend Lily's house for playdates, her mother's place on weekends. There was no field with an oak tree in their regular routes, and she had certainly never taken Emma to see anything resembling this scene. When did you see this lady, Emma? Was it on TV? In a book? At the place where the yellow flowers grow, Emma replied matter-of-factly. When I was with Ms. Winters. Ms. Winters was Emma's art teacher, a woman in her mid-50s who had taught at Millfield Elementary for over 20 years. Rebecca had met her several times at parent-teacher conferences and found her to be kind and dedicated, if somewhat eccentric in her flowing scarves and chunky jewelry. That night, after tucking Emma into bed, Rebecca sat at the kitchen table, staring at the drawing. The more she looked, the more disturbing details emerged. The woman's hand was stretched out as if reaching for something. There was a small splash of red near her head, and the precision of those earrings, her earrings, was undeniable. The following morning, Rebecca called the school and arranged to speak with Ms. Winters during her lunch break. The art teacher welcomed her into the classroom, which was adorned with student artwork and smelled of clay and paint. Emma's drawing, Rebecca began, pulling the paper from her bag. This one concerns me. Do you remember her working on it? Ms. Winters adjusted her glasses and studied the image. Yes, it was from our draw from imagination exercise yesterday. I noticed it too. It's quite evocative for a child her age. Did she say anything about it, about where she saw this scene? The teacher frowned slightly. Not that I recall. The assignment was to draw something from their imagination, not something they'd seen. Rebecca hesitated, then asked, "Have you ever taken the class on a field trip to a place with a big oak tree? Maybe a field with yellow flowers?" "No, nothing like that," Ms. Winters replied. "Our only field trip this year was to the Children's Museum downtown last month." As Rebecca left the school, her unease grew. She considered calling Emma's father in California, but they hadn't spoken in months except about logistics for Emma's summer visit. Instead, she texted her best friend and fellow nurse, Diane, asking if she could stop by after her shift. That evening, Diane sat at Rebecca's kitchen table, examining the drawing while Emma played in her room upstairs. "It's creepy, I'll give you that," Diane admitted, "but kids draw weird stuff all the time. My son went through a phase where he only drew people without faces." "But the earrings, Diane," Rebecca insisted, touching the identical pair she was wearing. "How would she know to draw these specific earrings on a woman in a field I've never taken her to?" Diane studied the drawing more closely. "That is strange. Have you asked her more about it?" "She just says she saw the lady sleeping by the tree where the yellow flowers grow. When I ask when or how she got there, she changes the subject or says she doesn't remember." "Could it be something she saw on TV when you weren't watching?" Rebecca shook her head. "I monitor everything she watches. Besides, these are my exact earrings." Before leaving, Diane suggested Rebecca speak with Emma's pediatrician, thinking perhaps the child was processing some anxiety through her artwork. Rebecca agreed, but couldn't shake the feeling that something more troubling was at play. 3 days later, Rebecca was sorting through mail when a headline in the local newspaper caught her attention. "Unidentified woman's body found in Harmon Field." The article described how a jogger had discovered human remains in a remote area of Harmon Nature Preserve, about 15 miles outside of Millfield. Rebecca's blood ran cold. Harmon Nature Preserve was known for its expansive meadows that bloomed with black-eyed Susans in late summer and early fall yellow flowers, and there were certainly oak trees scattered throughout the property. With trembling hands, she searched online for more information about the discovery. A local news site had more details. The body was of a woman, estimated to have been there for several days. She was wearing a blue dress. The cause of death was still under investigation. Rebecca called the non-emergency police line, her heart pounding. She explained about Emma's drawing and its similarities to the discovered body. The officer on the phone sounded skeptical but took her information and said someone would contact her. The next morning, Detective James Mercer called. His voice was deep and measured as he asked Rebecca to bring the drawing to the station. 2 hours later, she sat across from him in a small, beige interview room, Emma's drawing on the table between them. Detective Mercer was a broad-shouldered man with graying hair at his temples and eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. He studied the drawing without speaking for a full minute. "Mrs. Lawson," he finally said, "how long ago did your daughter create this?" "Last Tuesday, 6 days before the body was found." "And you're certain she couldn't have been to Harmon Preserve recently, perhaps with a relative or friend's family?" "Absolutely certain. She's either with me at school or with my mother. None of us have been to Harmon in years." The detective's expression remained neutral, but Rebecca noticed him make a note. "The woman we found was wearing a blue dress, as you may have read, but we haven't released all the details of the scene." He hesitated. "One detail we've kept back is that the victim was wearing distinctive earrings, silver hoops with turquoise stones." Rebecca felt the room tilt slightly. That's impossible." "I'd like to speak with your daughter, Mrs. Lawson, with your permission and with you present, of course." That afternoon, Emma sat in the same interview room, her legs swinging beneath her chair as she colored in a book Detective Mercer had provided. Rebecca sat beside her, trying to conceal her anxiety. "Emma," the detective began gently, "your mom showed me your drawing of the lady sleeping in the grass. Can you tell me more about that?" Emma looked up briefly. "She's not sleeping, she's dead." Rebecca stiffened. Emma had never used that word to describe the figure before. "How do you know she's dead?" Mercer asked. "Because of the red stuff coming from her head, and because she doesn't move. She just stays there even when it rains." "Have you seen this lady more than once?" Emma nodded. "Sometimes when I dream, and once when I was with Ms. Winters." Rebecca interrupted, but Ms. Winters said she never took the class to any field. Emma looked confused. "Not at school, when she was at our house, when you were at work." A chill settled over Rebecca. "Emma, Ms. Winters has never been to our house." The investigation that followed revealed troubling facts. The victim was identified as Melissa Carrington, a 34-year-old pharmaceutical sales representative who had been reported missing by her company when she failed to attend scheduled meetings. She had no known connection to Millfield or to the Lawsons. More disturbing was what emerged about Catherine Winters, Emma's art teacher. When questioned by police, she vehemently denied ever being at the Lawsons' home or taking Emma anywhere without school authorization. However, a search of her home uncovered a collection of jewelry that included several pairs of earrings identical to Rebecca's and to those found on the victim. Further investigation revealed that Catherine's husband had been having an affair with Melissa Carrington for several months before her death. Digital evidence suggested Catherine had discovered the affair and had been tracking Melissa's sales route, which regularly took her through the area near Harmon Preserve. What remained unexplained was Emma's knowledge of the crime scene. Catherine Winters was eventually charged with first-degree murder based on physical evidence, including her DNA under the victim's fingernails and tire tracks matching her vehicle near the preserve entrance. She maintained her innocence regarding any involvement with Emma outside of school. Child psychologists who evaluated Emma found no evidence of trauma or abuse. They suggested she might have overheard adults discussing the case or seen something on the news that she incorporated into her drawing. But this explanation felt hollow to Rebecca, who knew how carefully she monitored Emma's media exposure. The most unsettling possibility, that Emma possessed some form of intuitive knowledge that science couldn't explain, remained unspoken between Rebecca and the investigators. Some things, it seemed, defied rational explanation. In the months that followed, Emma created no more disturbing drawings. Her artwork returned to the bright, cheerful scenes typical of children her age. But occasionally, Rebecca would catch her daughter staring into the distance with an expression far too knowing for a 7-year-old, and she would wonder what else those young eyes might have seen that remained undisclosed. The field at Harmon Preserve continued to bloom with yellow flowers each fall, but Rebecca would never again wear the turquoise earrings that connected her, however inexplicably, to a murder victim she had never met and a crime her daughter should never have known about. In Millfield, people eventually returned to leaving their doors unlocked at night, but Rebecca Lawson never did. Crime 9, the house was a foreclosure, untouched for years, but the upstairs closet had a fresh scent of roses and cleaning fluid. On the floor, beneath the carpet, they found a lockbox filled with hair clippings, handwritten letters, and a stained pink dress. The signature at the bottom of each letter was hers. In the quiet suburb of Halcyon Hills, Pennsylvania, Emma Weaver's childhood home stood empty for nearly 5 years. The once pristine colonial with its white picket fence had fallen into disrepair after the bank seized it in 2019. Neighbors rarely spoke of the Weavers anymore. Emma's parents had moved to Arizona shortly after she left for college, and the family had gradually faded from community memory like an old photograph losing its color. Emma herself had been somewhat forgettable, according to those who knew her in high school. She was neither popular nor unpopular, neither brilliant nor struggling. She kept to herself, maintained decent grades, and participated in just enough extracurricular activities to satisfy college application requirements. Her senior yearbook quote, "Some secrets are meant to stay buried," would later send chills down the spines of those who remembered it. When realtor Diane Mercer finally sold the property in January 2024, she was relieved. The house had been difficult to show, with its peeling wallpaper and persistent musty smell that no amount of air freshener could mask. The buyers, a young couple expecting their first child, planned extensive renovations before moving in. It was during those renovations, on a cold February morning, that contractor Miguel Santos noticed something unusual. While removing the carpet from the upstairs hallway closet, he detected an oddly fresh scent, bleach mixed with what he later described as grandma's perfume. The smell seemed out of place in a house that had been abandoned for years. The whole house smelled like mildew and dust, Miguel later told Detective Aaron Reese. But this one closet, it was like someone had just cleaned it yesterday and sprayed perfume to cover up the bleach, made no sense to me. Following his instincts, Miguel pulled back more of the carpet. The floorboards underneath appeared newer than those in the rest of the house. When he pried one loose, he found a metal lockbox, roughly the size of a shoebox, wedged between the joists. Inside the box lay items that would launch a missing persons investigation 5 years after anyone had thought to look for Emma Weaver. 23 envelopes containing locks of brown hair tied with different colored ribbons. 17 handwritten letters addressed to someone named D. Photographs of seemingly random street corners in their town. And most disturbing of all, a child's pink dress with a dark brown stain across the bodice. Each letter was signed simply Emma. Detective Aaron Reese was 3 months from retirement when the case landed on his desk. A methodical investigator with 32 years on the force, Reese approached the box contents with a weary skepticism born from decades of false alarms and dead ends. People hide all sorts of things in houses, he told his partner, Detective Jessica Norwood. Doesn't mean we've got a crime. But as they began reading the letters, both detectives felt the familiar unease that preceded their most troubling cases. The correspondence, dated between September 2018 and December 2018, described a relationship that had clearly crossed boundaries. I know you'll be angry I took it, read one letter dated October 12, 2018. But I needed something to remember her by. You can't keep her all to yourself. She belongs to both of us now. Another from November. The way you look at me since that night makes me think you're afraid. Don't be. We're bound together now. No one would understand what we've done, but that's why we have each other. The final letter, dated December 28, 2018, contained just 3 sentences. It's finished. I've cleaned everything. No one will ever know. What made the discovery particularly disturbing was a simple fact. No one had reported Emma Weaver missing. A search of police records showed no missing persons report. Her social media accounts had fallen dormant in late 2018, but in the age of digital detox, that hadn't raised any alarms. When Detective Norwood contacted Emma's parents in Scottsdale, Arizona, their reaction was oddly subdued. They claimed they spoke to Emma by phone every few months, Norwood noted in her report. But when pressed for details about her current life, where she worked, lived, who she spent time with, they were vague. They said she'd moved to California after dropping out of college in her sophomore year, but couldn't provide an address or phone number. A check with the university confirmed that Emma had indeed withdrawn from classes in January 2019, citing personal reasons. Her academic advisor remembered receiving an email but never spoke with Emma directly. The investigation widened. Detectives tracked down Emma's former roommate, Lily Chen, now a pharmacy technician in Pittsburgh. Emma was fine the first year and a half, Lily told them, stirring her coffee nervously as they sat in a downtown cafe, quiet but nice. Then she started acting weird after Thanksgiving break our sophomore year, staying out all night, coming back to the dorm smelling like chemicals. I thought maybe she was working in one of the science labs, but she wouldn't talk about it. Lily paused, her forehead creasing with concentration. The last time I saw her, she was packing her stuff. Said she was moving off campus with a friend. When I asked who, she just smiled and said, "Someone who understands me." I figured it was a boyfriend. The name D from the letters became the investigation's focus. Detectives compiled a list of everyone with a D name in Emma's known social circles. 3 names rose to the top. Professor Daniel Harmon, who taught Emma's psychology course, Darius Wells, a senior who had briefly dated Emma, and Deanna Marshall, Emma's high school best friend who had attended the same university. All three denied any inappropriate relationship with Emma. Professor Harmon had ironclad alibis for the relevant dates. Darius Wells had transferred to another school before Emma's disappearance, but Deanna Marshall's interview raised subtle flags for the experienced detectives. She kept touching her hair, Detective Reese noted afterward. Every time we mentioned the hair clippings in the lockbox, her hand would go to her own hair, almost protective-like. Further investigation revealed that Deanna had also left the university around the same time as Emma, returning to live with her parents just 3 blocks from the Weaver house. And most tellingly, Deanna had a younger sister who had gone missing briefly in 2018, a 7-year-old who had vanished for 18 hours before being found wandering near the local playground, confused but physically unharmed. The sister had been wearing a pink dress the day she disappeared. The dress was never recovered. When detectives executed a search warrant on the Marshall home, they found no physical evidence connecting Deanna to Emma's disappearance. But in Deanna's bathroom, they discovered the same distinctive rose-scented perfume that had lingered in the Weaver house closet. The case against Deanna grew when forensic analysis of the stained dress revealed traces of blood matching the DNA profile of her younger sister. The hair samples, however, were more puzzling. They came from multiple individuals, at least 7 different people according to the lab. 6 months into the investigation, detectives still hadn't located Emma Weaver. Her bank accounts had remained untouched since December 2018. Her social security number hadn't been used for employment anywhere in the country. It was as if she had simply evaporated. Deanna Marshall maintained her innocence through multiple interrogations. Emma was troubled, she insisted during their final interview. She made up stories, created dramas that weren't real. If she's missing, it's because she wanted to disappear. When asked about the dress, Deanna claimed ignorance. About the hair clippings, she suggested Emma might have collected them from salon floors. About the letters, she said Emma had always had an active imagination and a flair for the dramatic. The case against Deanna ultimately proved too circumstantial to pursue charges. Without Emma's testimony, without Emma herself, prosecutors were reluctant to move forward. The investigation remained open but inactive. And then 13 months after the discovery of the lockbox, a real estate agent in Tucson, Arizona, called the Halcyon Hills Police Department. She had been preparing a recently deceased client's home for sale when she found something unusual in the garden. A collection of small ceramic jars buried beneath a rose bush, each containing what appeared to be ashes, a lock of hair, and a small handwritten note. The deceased homeowner was Margaret Weaver, Emma's mother. She had passed away from a sudden stroke 2 weeks earlier. Her husband had preceded her in death by just 3 months. The notes in each jar contained just 2 pieces of information, a date and a name. 7 jars, 7 dates, 7 names. One of the names belonged to Deanna's younger sister, though her date was marked failed. Among the documents in Margaret Weaver's home office, detectives found a journal detailing a mother's growing concern about her daughter's dark fascinations and unhealthy attachment to rituals. The final entry, dated December 30, 2018, read simply, "It's done. Emma is gone. May God forgive us all." To this day, no one knows what happened to Emma Weaver. Some speculate that her parents, horrified by whatever she had done or planned to do, had taken matters into their own hands. Others believe Emma might still be alive somewhere, having assumed a new identity with or without her parents' help. The pink dress, the letters, the hair clippings, all remain in evidence storage at the Halcyon Hills Police Department. The house where the lockbox was found has new owners now, a family with 3 children who know nothing of its history. Sometimes on quiet nights, neighbors say they can smell a faint trace of rose perfume in the air around the property, though most attribute it to the new owner's garden, which, in a strange coincidence, includes several rose bushes planted along the fence line, directly above where the soil appears to have once been disturbed. The case of Emma Weaver remains officially unsolved. Story 10: The Enigmatic Victorian. She entered the house, the front door creaking open, sending swirling dust dancing in the stagnant air. The abandoned Victorian stood frozen in time, its walls shedding layers of paint, its furniture draped in ghostly sheets of neglect. Each step she took felt like a journey into a forgotten moment, a suspended reality untouched by the passage of time. Yet amidst the stillness, a subtle strangeness lingered, a mystery waiting to unravel. Doors beckoned, their handles whispering promises of passage to unknown realms. But with each turn, each hopeful push, she found herself always returning to the parlor, the heart of the house's enigma. A perplexing maze of corridors and chambers, all leading back to the same room. A puzzle without a solution, a loop without an exit. The only escape lay in retracing her steps, yet when she glanced back, the front door had vanished, leaving her trapped in a labyrinth of secrets. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form transformed the abandoned Victorian from a mere curiosity to a chilling crime scene. Detective Sarah Lynn stood at the threshold, observing as forensic experts moved through the dimness like phantoms in search of truth. The house, once known for its eerie reputation of spinning compasses and unseen watchers, now held secrets darker than whispered tales of the townsfolk. The initial examination suggests a time of death approximately 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his voice barely a breath in a heavy silence. Asphyxiation appears to be the cause. Morgan sat in the parlor, serene and still, as if awaiting a long-awaited guest. No signs of struggle marred her peaceful countenance, her hands folded with unnatural calm. The scene exuded a haunting tranquility, unsettling even the most seasoned investigators with its spectral quietude. "Who discovered her body?" Lind inquired, her voice a soft echo in the somber space. "A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner replied. At first, they mistook her for a trespasser until they drew closer. The house had languished in abandonment since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, a tale of legal disputes and familial rifts that left the once grand estate to decay in solitude and obscurity. Morgan Pierce, a young scholar of 26, delved into the mysteries of architectural anomalies for her thesis, drawn to the Victorian's reputation for defying conventional design. Her friends spoke of her meticulous nature, her relentless ambition, and her fascination with spaces that transcended the ordinary. The abandoned house, with its whispered legends of disorientation and otherworldly echoes, held an irresistible allure for her inquisitive mind. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days prior, Lind noted, tracing the threads of Morgan's final days. Morgan mentioned a visit to the house where people vanish for her research. A trail of evidence unveiled Morgan's repeated excursions to the enigmatic Victorian, her journal entries recounting eerie acoustics, chilling drafts, and doors that led to ever-changing destinations. In her last writings, she spoke of capturing the elusive anomalies with specialized instruments, tools now vanished without a trace. An unexpected revelation emerged during the autopsy. An elusive alkaloid, rare and potent, lingered in Morgan's system, a substance linked to ancient shamanic rituals of perception-altering visions. She was no recreational user, her partner declared adamantly. Morgan valued the integrity of her work above all else. Deleted messages on her phone hinted at a mysterious confidant, a kindred spirit who shared her secrets and whispered of the house's hidden truths. The trail led to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian entwined in Morgan's research, his expertise in spatial phenomena drawing her into a web of intrigue and possibility. Reeves, though grief-stricken by Morgan's demise, spoke of the house's deceptive design, its illusions crafted to warp reality and ensnare the unwary. Yet his alibi held firm, placing him far from the scene of her demise during the critical hours of her passing. A revelation from Eleanor Blackwood's distant grandson unearthed a buried legacy of tragedy within the Victorians' walls. The house claims its own, he revealed, sharing a chilling family secret of generations lost to the parlor's embrace, their deaths veiled in the guise of natural causes. With journals as testament, the pattern of the claiming emerged a spectral grip that ensnared those who dared to linger within the house's haunted confines. A hidden chamber behind the parlor's hearth unveiled a trove of artifacts, a tapestry of indigenous relics arranged with meticulous care. At its heart lay a weathered figurine, a deity of thresholds and transitions, its ancient gaze holding untold wisdom of liminal spaces. Traces of the alkaloid matched Morgan's fatal dose, linking her fate to the house's enigmatic past. As the investigation deepened, unseen fingerprints surfaced, whispers of a presence lingering in the shadows of the house's forgotten corridors. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves joined Morgan in the realm of the departed, his expression mirroring hers in serene repose. Clutched in his hand, a key of unknown origin fit seamlessly into the hidden compartment, a silent testament to secrets long buried within the Victorians' walls. In his final missive, Reeves penned words of revelation and resignation, a testament to the house's insidious grip on perception. Escape is possible once truth is unveiled, yet the allure of the house's mysteries binds one's will beyond reason. The case remained open, a specter of uncertainty haunting the condemned Victorian, its doors forever sealed to the curious and the unwary. Rumors whispered of spectral lights dancing within its forsaken halls, of visitors who vanished without a trace, swallowed by the house's insatiable hunger for those who dared to uncover its ancient enigmas. Some spoke of a curse, a fate reserved for those who delved too deeply into the shadows of the Victorians' past. Others believed in a power far older and more profound, existing in the twilight realms between reality and illusion. The truth remained as elusive as a phantom breeze in the abandoned parlor, a mystery veiled in shadows and whispered secrets. In a house where every door led back to the beginning, the enigma of the Victorian endured, a testament to the timeless allure of the unknown. Story 11. The aged envelope, its corners tinged with a yellowed hue, arrived fresh with a stamp, as if time had played a trick on it. With care, the detective unfurled its contents. Within rested a lone sheet of paper bearing a message typed in a rush, the letters uneven and hurried. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper exuded a dampness, a scent of iron clinging to its fibers. Only upon closer inspection did the detective notice a reddish smudge along the paper's edge, a grim revelation that it was not ink staining its surface. Detective Sarah Morgan delicately placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was human blood, a match to the DNA from an unsolved murder case that had long haunted the department. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been discovered in her apartment, a tragic tableau of stab wounds marking her end. Her laptop missing, her notes scattered, hinting that her demise may have been tied to an investigative piece she was pursuing. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold until this letter arrived at the precinct, simply addressed to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope yielded few fingerprints, only faint smudges hinting that the sender had taken care to wear gloves. The postmark provided a glimmer of hope, a tangible light in months of darkness. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, a backdrop of crime scene photos and suspect profiles adorning the walls, each a dead end. She affixed the image of the letter at the heart of the board. "This changes everything," she murmured to the room. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, Morgan's steadfast partner, eyed the letter thoughtfully. "Or perhaps wishes us to believe so," he mused. "The blood may be a theatrical touch, a cruel jest aimed at us." The forensics team traced the unique impression patterns of the typewriter to a model long out of production, a relic of the past, rare yet not unattainable. They set out to contact antique vendors and collectors across the region. As the investigation gained traction, they delved into Rebecca's life, her editor recounting tales of her relentless pursuit of truth, her latest inquiries delving into a family embroiled in local politics. The patriarch's recent passing had ignited a feud among the siblings, accusations of manipulation echoing through the halls of power. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, unveiled subtle shifts in his demeanor upon mention of the letter, a flicker of anxiety, a tremor in his voice. Rebecca spoke of someone tailing her, he confessed. "I dismissed it as paranoia fueled by her investigations, a mistake I now rue." While the detectives probed this lead, a second missive materialized, bearing the same typewritten script, the same ominous hue of blood. This time the message lengthened. She uncovered too much about the family, the inheritance, the patriarch's demise. "I never intended for it to escalate this far." The trail led to the estate of the deceased patriarch, where they questioned the eldest son, Richard. Among his collection of antiques lay several vintage typewriters. His explanation seemed rehearsed, his demeanor rehearsed, too polished to be genuine. A breakthrough emerged when fibers on the envelopes matched stationery exclusive to the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Under scrutiny, Eleanor disclosed Richard's request to borrow her stationery prior to the letter's arrival. A search of Richard's premises unearthed a concealed chamber, a trove of evidence linking him to Rebecca, clippings, surveillance, and the vintage typewriter used in the letters, the blood a tragic echo of the past. What blindsided the detectives was the link between Richard and Michael, financial transactions indicating a sinister pact in the weeks preceding Rebecca's demise. Confronted, Michael's resolve crumbled. Rebecca had proof of Richard's treachery, his hand in their father's demise, he confessed. "I informed Richard, hoping to deter her. I never fathomed he'd resort to murder." The final puzzle piece emerged with Eleanor's surreptitious recording, capturing Richard and Michael plotting Rebecca's fate. Richard's voice resonated clear. She must be silenced for good. In a bid to flee, Richard was apprehended. The prosecution wove a narrative around the letters, the typewriter, the financial dealings, and Eleanor's damning tape. Michael struck a deal, testifying in exchange for leniency. Throughout the trial, Richard professed innocence, blaming Michael for framing him, yet the evidence stood unyielding. The jury swiftly reached a verdict of guilt. As Richard was led away, shackled and defeated, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's grieving parents, offering solace where words failed. The blood-stained letters lingered in evidence, a testament to the folly of believing in the perfect crime, in the weight of guilt that unfailingly leads the hand of justice. Rebecca Warren's case became a lesson in the annals of detective lore, a testament that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lies not in high-tech gadgetry, but in the whispers of an old typewriter and the haunting specter of remorse that shadows a killer's soul. Story 12. The motel was a budget find, a relic of a bygone era where transient souls sought refuge for a night's rest. The receptionist passed her the key with a cryptic glance. "Just steer clear of the final door on your left," he whispered, a hint of warning in his voice. Intrigue tugged at her mind. Later that evening, navigating the shadowy corridor, she hesitated in front of the forbidden door. The knob sent a chill through her fingers, and as she leaned in closer, she heard a faint, steady breath from the other side. Detective Morgan Reed awoke groggily, stepping beneath the caution tape marking the entrance to the grim scene. The metallic tang of blood assaulted her senses, a familiar scent that led her to the tragedy within. The room held a stark duality, an immaculate bathroom, an undisturbed bed, and the grim tableau in between. A young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her golden locks splayed around her like a halo, eyes fixed on the ceiling in a silent stare of shock or fear. Reed knelt beside her, mindful of the evidence markers dotting the floor. "This marks the third one this season," the forensic expert remarked clinically, capturing the scene on film. "Same modus operandi." Reed absorbed the information silently. The victim's attire and belongings clashed with the seedy motel's surroundings, a luxury handbag untouched. This was no simple act of theft. A deeper motive lurked behind the facade of the crime. The motel owner lingered anxiously in the doorway, his complexion drained. "She checked in alone, paid in cash. I never imagined," his voice faltered. "The maid stumbled upon her during room service." Reed surveyed the room anew. No signs of forced entry, no struggle evident on the victim's form. The woman had either welcomed her attacker willingly or recognized them from before. Back at the precinct, Reed pinned up photos on the board, a chilling pattern emerging. 3 women, strikingly similar, each discovered in rundown motels off the beaten path. Speculation swirled in the media, whispers of a serial threat rippling through the community. "The results from the autopsy are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a file on Reed's desk. "Death by manual strangulation, no trace of DNA under the victim's nails, no signs of sexual assault." Reed furrowed her brow. This was personal, a vendetta beyond random predation. Days melded together as the investigation deepened. Surveillance footage from the motel yielded no breakthroughs. The latest victim, identified as Elaine Werner, defied easy explanation, a meticulous financial analyst with no apparent enemies. Friends described her as cautious, methodical, traits at odds with a voluntary stay in such a place. A breakthrough surfaced during Reed's conversation with Werner's sister. She mentioned a man from work, the sister divulged, her hands trembling around her mug. "Kept it hush-hush, claimed he was complicated. Married, I suspect," Reed leaned in. "Did she ever mention a name? Just C," the sister replied. The focus shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues painted her as reserved, dedicated. None hinted at a romantic entanglement. Yet a hidden clue emerged from Werner's desk, a business card belonging to Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Under scrutiny, Emerson projected a flawless facade, cooperative and distant when questioned. His alibi seemed airtight, a dinner date with his spouse and friends, but a flicker in his gaze caught Reed's attention. "Did you have a personal relationship with Elaine Werner?" she inquired casually. A fleeting unease passed over Emerson's features, too swift for most to notice, purely professional. Forensic analysis linked partial prints from Werner's belongings to Emerson. Confronted, he cracked under pressure. "We were involved," he confessed, "but I ended things. She threatened to expose me to my wife." Reed probed further, questioning his drastic response. "Did that warrant murder?" Emerson's mask slipped, revealing a hardened resolve. "I never set foot in that motel." However, the motel's records contradicted his claim, a credit card transaction linked to Emerson's company for the neighboring room. A hidden camera discovered within, recording damning evidence. The web tightened around Emerson as evidence mounted. Fibers from his distinctive suit matched those found at the crime scene. His DNA lingered on a glass in Werner's room. A search of his personal computer unveiled recordings of the prior victims. A sinister pattern emerged. Emerson targeted women resembling his wife in her youth, luring them to designated motels, always reserving the room next to the last door on the left, equipped with surveillance gear. He recorded their encounters, then erased the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade crumbled. "They threatened everything," he muttered. "My reputation, my marriage, my life." The trial proceeded swiftly, a spectacle that captivated the public. Emerson remained stoic, devoid of remorse, maintaining the cold demeanor that defined his corporate life. The judge sentenced him to life imprisonment without parole. As he was led away, Reed caught his gaze. For a fleeting moment, she glimpsed not a hint of humanity, but a chilling void where empathy should have resided. Dubbed the door on the left case by the media, Emerson's twisted psyche drew the focus of psychologists and true crime aficionados alike. Yet for Reed, the case lingered unresolved. Sometimes, wandering down hotel corridors, she felt compelled to count the doors, pondering the enigmas concealed behind them. In the evidence vault, 3 identical motel keys lay dormant, bearing witness to the haunting truth that certain doors, once opened, can never be shut again. Story 13: The Whispering Woods. The small town nestled among the trees held a secret, a house at the edge of the woods that no one dared mention. It stood alone, a silent sentinel with blackened windows and a porch burdened by the weight of forgotten years. No one laid claim to it, and its origins were lost in the mists of time. One fateful day, a group of hikers strayed too close to the mysterious house. As they approached, their eyes fell upon something unsettling: names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep as if to serve as ominous markers. At the very bottom of the list, fresh and untarnished, was a name that sent shivers down their spines, a name none of them recognized until a voice, trembling with fear, whispered, "That's mine." In the dead of night, a call came in to the local dispatch, a routine trespassing report, or so it seemed. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who had stumbled upon his own name etched into the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated nothing more than a case of juvenile mischief, a mere prank among friends, but what they uncovered defied all rational explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness draped the forest in its inky embrace. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the weather-worn facade of the enigmatic structure. 27 names, etched like spectral whispers, adorned the eastern wall. Some names had faded into oblivion, barely discernible against the weathered wood, while others remained sharp and distinct, as if carved only moments ago. And at the very bottom, the name Mason Wright stood out, the cut still fresh, bearing traces of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his breath forming ghostly clouds in the frigid air. "I can't comprehend how anyone would know my name." Thus began the investigation. Each name on the wall was meticulously scrutinized, sending chills down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 4 decades, each case cloaked in a veil of mystery. Some had faded into obscurity, while others remained open, haunting reminders of lives lost in the woods. Forensic analysts meticulously documented each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, dated back 37 years to a chilling missing persons case. The tale spoke of a young woman who ventured into the very woods that now held the abandoned house and vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling stream. Detective Keller delved deep into Mason's past, probing for any connection to the names on the wall. His story remained unwavering. He was a mere visitor, drawn to the trail by chance with his college friends. No threads linked him to the other lost souls memorialized on the house's facade. The focus shifted to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, handed over images captured during their hike. Upon closer inspection, analysts uncovered a disquieting presence in the background of several photos, a blurred figure, tall and thin, lurking among the trees, always just out of clear view. "We saw no one else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a thorough search of the house's interior. While the upper floors lay abandoned and forlorn, the basement harbored a sinister secret. Personal effects of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves, a macabre display of watches, backpacks, cameras, and wallets, each bearing a name that echoed through the haunted woods. The evidence technicians toiled diligently, unearthing telltale signs of a grim past. Bloodstains, faint but unmistakable, marred the concrete floor, remnants of a dark history that someone had tried to erase. Despite exhaustive searches, no bodies were found beneath the house, yet the cadaver dog's persistent alerts near the dense forest hinted at untold horrors lurking in the shadows. As the investigation deepened, Mason Wright's demeanor grew increasingly erratic. He reported eerie incidents, a spectral whisper at his window, enigmatic footprints leading to his door but vanishing into thin air, and shadowy figures observing him from the dimly lit street. The authorities assigned a dedicated officer to safeguard him, but Mason's paranoia spiraled out of control. A breakthrough came with the unearthing of long-buried land records from the county archives. The house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood, a spectral figure who had vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his enigmatic disappearance left uninvestigated by the authorities. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller led a team into the surrounding forest, unearthing a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along the well-trodden paths. Within one such blind lay a journal, a chilling chronicle of Victor Blackwood's descent into madness. The entries transitioned from hunting animals to hunting humans, with detailed accounts of each victim's selection and stalking. The manhunt for Blackwood spanned multiple jurisdictions, with helicopters scouring the forest with thermal imaging and tactical teams combing every crevice for any sign of the elusive hunter-turned-prey. Mason Wright, meanwhile, had vanished, leaving behind a cryptic message on his bedroom wall: "The hunter becomes the hunted." Weeks turned into months, yet Mason and the forensic technician remained elusive. During a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, a hidden workshop was unearthed behind a false wall, a chamber of horrors containing woodworking tools, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden plaque bearing a name that struck fear into the hearts of all present. Detective Keller knew that time was running out. A surveillance net was cast around the abandoned house, equipped with cameras, motion sensors, and unwavering vigilance. And then one fateful night, the sensors were tripped, capturing a figure emerging from the shadows, a being tall and spectral, moving with an otherworldly grace towards the house. As the tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost sight of the figure, only to regain focus and find the house deserted once more. The enigma of the whispering woods persisted, shrouded in darkness and mystery. To this day, the house stands under constant surveillance, a grim reminder of the unsolved mysteries that haunt the forest. Mason and the forensic technician remain missing, their fates intertwined with the chilling legend of the names on the wall, a tale that no one dares to speak aloud. The woods whisper their secrets to those who dare to listen, weaving a web of shadows and silence around the house at the edge of the woods, a place where the lost souls of the forest find no peace. Story 14. The old wooden plank shifted under her weight, causing a faint creak as she stepped on it. A subtle movement, yet enough to draw her focus. Curious, she knelt down, tracing her fingertips along the edges of the loose board, sensing the hidden void beneath. The floor, once thought solid, now whispered of secrets waiting to be uncovered. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space that lay concealed beneath the foundation of her new home. At first glance, only dust and cobwebs greeted her searching gaze. But as her eyes adjusted to the dimness, shapes began to materialize in the shadows: a mattress, a chair, and nestled in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with pages bearing a single name repeated endlessly: her name. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing the scene unfolding before them. The fear that flickered in Sarah's eyes spoke of a deeper disturbance than the mere discovery of a hidden chamber. It was a violation of security, an intrusion of malevolence into what was meant to be a fresh beginning. "Touch nothing else," Detective Reed's voice, steady and commanding, cut through the silence. She clicked on her flashlight, casting a beam of light that revealed more of the covert space. The walls were adorned with photographs, surveillance snapshots capturing Sarah in her daily routines, entering buildings, chatting with friends, a shrine of obsession meticulously crafted right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly recluse named Walter Green, a man who had passed away without any known kin. The property had sat unoccupied for months before Sarah's arrival. The real estate listing had painted a picture of charm and minor renovations, omitting any hint of the hidden chamber lurking beneath. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "The neighbors claimed he kept to himself. I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report stated." As the crime scene investigators arrived, their tools clunking against the wooden floors, the truth began to unravel. Every detail was meticulously documented, evidence carefully logged, and the mattress, chair, and notebook were extracted from their clandestine sanctuary. Forensic analysis revealed a multitude of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green, scattered throughout the hidden space. What troubled the investigators most was the timeline they pieced together. Through utility records and dated photographs found within the chamber, it became apparent that Walter had been observing Sarah for years prior to his demise. He had shadowed her at community events, frequented the same stores, and even visited the cafe where she occasionally worked. Yet Sarah remained oblivious to his presence. This level of fixation often escalates, the department psychologist explained during a debriefing. The transition from fantasy to scheming. The hidden chamber suggests a preparation for something more direct. Detective Reed's inquiry took a twist when she interviewed a former colleague of Walter's from the maintenance department at a local shopping center. The man appeared uneasy, twisting his wedding band as they conversed. He would speak of her occasionally, the man confessed hesitantly. Mentioned she reminded him of someone. I assumed it was just an old man's infatuation. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, his gaze fixed on his hands. Did he ever discuss any plans involving her? Reed prodded. Not exactly plans, but he had this phrase. He'd say, "She belongs with me." I thought it was mere talk. Obtaining a search warrant for Walter's workplace locker, untouched since his passing, revealed a key that unlocked a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door screeched open, unveiling a replica of Sarah's former apartment furniture, bed, desk, even the living room decor meticulously duplicated. A mannequin adorned with a wig mimicking Sarah's hairstyle sat at the desk, a haunting imitation. Most chilling was a calendar marking a date just a week after Walter's sudden death from a heart attack. The circled date bore a single word in crimson ink: together. Further investigation unveiled Walter's institutionalization in his youth due to an obsession with a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania, an ailment where the subject believes in a reciprocated love despite evidence to the contrary. Released and living without incident for decades, Walter's fixation resurfaced upon encountering Sarah. At the police precinct, crime scene photos were spread across the conference table as Reed addressed her team. He departed convinced of a special bond between them. In his mind, their union was inevitable. Could she have crossed paths with him somewhere, triggering this fixation? A detective queried. Reed shook her head. No evidence suggests such an encounter. Sometimes obsessions require mere sparks, a fleeting smile, a prolonged gaze. For someone with his history, that could be enough. Feeling unsafe in the house, Sarah opted to sell the property, haunted by the possibilities of what might have been had she not unearthed the hidden chamber. During the final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped protectively around herself. "I can't shake the thought of what might have occurred if he had lived," she confessed softly. "How long would I have dwelled here, unaware of his watchful eyes, unaware of the secrets concealed beneath my very feet?" The case closed officially following Walter's demise, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction never materialized. Sarah relocated, altering her routines and safeguarding her personal information. Detective Reed sporadically checked on her, a silent acknowledgement of how narrowly Sarah escaped becoming a tragic statistic. The cottage found new owners, a young couple oblivious to its dark history. The concealed chamber was sealed, the floorboards replaced, and life carried on. Yet for those privy to the truth, the hidden room beneath the floorboards served as a chilling reminder of the unseen perils that lurk, of monsters who evade capture, and of victims who remain unaware of the brink they teetered upon. Story 15, The Enigmatic Reflection. She wiped away the mist on the mirror, her gaze fixed on her own reflection. Yet a subtle unease crept into her mind. Her features seemed unchanged, her attire familiar. But as she peered deeper, a sense of disquiet settled within her. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a movement not of her own making. And when she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, as if observing her every move. Rebecca Thorne's peculiar tale began in her bathroom, with that unsettling encounter with her own reflection. What transpired next would puzzle investigators and cast a haunting shadow over the community for years to come. Living alone in a modest apartment in a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca was known to her friends as meticulous, reserved, a woman who preferred solitude yet maintained amicable relations with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm defined her life by order and precision. There was nothing about her that hinted at her becoming the focal point of one of the most enigmatic criminal inquiries of the era. The initial signs were seemingly innocuous. Rebecca noticed minor items within her dwelling had been subtly shifted, not missing, just rearranged. A coffee mug placed on a different shelf, books realigned, her toothbrush on the wrong side of the sink. She brushed off these anomalies as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to long hours spent under harsh fluorescent lights, scrutinizing spreadsheets until her vision blurred. When Rebecca finally reached out to the authorities after enduring weeks of these disturbances, Detective Marion Shaw was assigned to the case. Initially, the assessment leaned towards a mental health concern rather than criminal activity, as there were no tangible evidence of a crime, no broken locks, no missing possessions, no signs of forced entry. Just a woman sensing a pervasive wrongness within her own home. However, everything changed with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca vividly recounted how her reflection appeared to move independently, how she felt a constant gaze upon her even in solitude. This time, she had proof a security camera trained on her front door. The footage it captured sent shivers down even the most seasoned officers' spines. The grainy video depicted Rebecca leaving for work in the morning, followed by an exact replica of herself entering the apartment 20 minutes later using a key. Forensic scrutiny of the footage revealed no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. The intruder moved like Rebecca, dressed like Rebecca, even carried the same distinctive leather bag owned by Rebecca. Yet, according to time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already swiped into her office building across town. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can mimic her with unsettling precision." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints found in the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's, and no foreign DNA was detected. Neighbors attested to nothing out of the ordinary, just Rebecca's regular comings and goings. Except for Mrs. Keller, who recalled greeting Rebecca upon her return home one evening, receiving no response, an action she found unusual but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disturbances in a journal. Minor alterations in her living space escalated. Food vanishing from her refrigerator, unremembered online searches on her computer, and most unsettlingly, discovering photos on her phone selfies resembling her yet taken without her knowledge. In some images, her expression seemed subtly awry, the smile too wide, the gaze too intense. "I feel as though I'm descending into madness," she confided to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this illusion." A breakthrough emerged when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery runs, pre-planned activities with predictable durations. "Someone possesses an intimate knowledge of your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This is not random, but a targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated that they were dealing with a fixation case, an individual fixated on assuming Rebecca's identity, possibly aiming to supplant her entirely. Such occurrences, though rare, were documented in psychological studies. The culprit typically underwent a psychological rupture, fixating on a victim embodying traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The investigation homed in on a former colleague of Rebecca's, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had closely collaborated with Rebecca, often remarking on their similarities. Following her dismissal, she sent a series of disconcerting emails to Rebecca, one proclaiming, "We could be one and the same. At times, I feel more like you than you do." With a warrant in hand, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's residence, unveiling a chilling revelation. A room in Lily's abode had been transformed into a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom, adorned with countless snapshots of Rebecca entering her apartment, socializing, shopping, all captured without her knowledge. A wardrobe in the closet housed exact duplicates of Rebecca's attire. Makeup identical to Rebecca's preferred brands sat on a vanity, alongside meticulous notes on her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily routines. Most damning were the practice videos Lily had recorded herself imitating Rebecca's gait, gestures, expressions. The progression from awkward attempts to near-perfect mimicry was glaringly evident. "She aspired to become me," murmured Rebecca upon viewing the evidence. "She wasn't merely imitating me, she was erasing me." Forensic specialists unearthed sophisticated tools for crafting copies of keys, replicating electronic access cards. Lily had devised an elaborate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar with detailed projections of her schedule. However, Lily's ultimate intent remained elusive. Journals recovered from her residence contained rambling entries that oscillated between first and third person, occasionally referencing Rebecca as me and her within the same paragraph. The final entry sent chills down the investigators' spines. "Soon, only one of us will endure. The stronger entity shall prevail." As authorities moved to apprehend Lily, they were met with an empty residence. Lily had absconded, leaving behind signs of a hurried departure, drawers ajar, certain gadgets missing. A nationwide alert was issued, and Rebecca was ushered into protective custody, relocated to a secure undisclosed location under constant surveillance. For 3 weeks, every site associated with her former life was under intense scrutiny. Yet, Lily remained elusive. The saga took a disquieting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the building despite being on leave. Subsequent security footage confirmed the unsettling truth: a figure identical to Rebecca had gained access using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes perusing her files before departing. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained secluded in a safeguarded sanctuary. The implications became stark. Lily hadn't fled, she had made her move. She was now assuming Rebecca's identity, stepping into her existence while the authentic Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains officially unresolved. Lily Winters remains at large, and Rebecca Thorne chose not to return to her prior life, instead forging a new persona in a clandestine location. Detective Shaw retains a photograph on her desk, 2 women bearing an uncanny resemblance. One is Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their visages, seeking the distinctions, the subtle nuances that would set one apart from the other. The truly disconcerting aspect Shaw often imparts to new recruits is not that someone could resemble you or sound like you. It is the fervor with which they covet your essence, to the extent of erasing their own identity in the pursuit. Our identity is not merely what we present to the world, it is what we safeguard most vigilantly. And at times, we only realize its worth when someone seeks to usurp it. Story 16. In the quiet depths of the attic, they stumbled upon it, nestled beneath a worn blanket. A porcelain doll, delicate and weathered, its once bright blue eyes now frozen in a perpetual gaze. Sarah and Michael, the unsuspecting couple who had recently acquired the old Victorian house, were intrigued yet unnerved by the unexpected discovery. They chuckled at the sight of the antique doll, dismissing it as just another forgotten relic of the past. As night descended and they retired to their bed, a subtle shift in the atmosphere stirred unease within them. The air grew heavy, the silence thick and palpable. And when morning dawned, the doll was no longer in the attic's shadows. It sat solemnly at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel in the dim light. Sarah and Michael had been drawn to the house's intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure at the auction, oblivious to the whispers of its troubled history. Detective Rachel Winters, a keen investigator, was summoned to the scene on a crisp autumn day. The master bedroom held a chilling tableau. The female victim posed unnaturally, limbs twisted at precise angles, her wide eyes fixed in a frozen mask of fear. Nearby, the male victim lay in the hallway, as if in a desperate attempt to escape an unseen threat. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the eerie scene, she couldn't shake the feeling of a deliberate artistry in the tragedy before her. The victims appeared almost staged, like puppets in a macabre theater. The investigation unfolded, weaving a tapestry of unsettling mysteries that defied rational explanation. Neighbors spoke in hushed tones of spectral shadows glimpsed through upstairs windows and ghostly laughter echoing in the stillness of the night. The forensic team uncovered traces of antique fabrics, reminiscent of doll clothing, scattered throughout the house. Yet no tangible proof of an intruder existed, no fingerprints, no foreign DNA, no footprints in the dust, but those of the victims. Delving into the house's history, Detective Winters unearthed a haunting pattern of unexplained deaths spanning decades. Each previous owner had met a tragic end, their lives cut short by enigmatic circumstances. A thread of whispers led her to a forgotten newspaper clipping, revealing the tragic tale of a reclusive doll-maker and his enigmatic creations. The doll-maker's final creation, a replica of his deceased daughter infused with whispers of dark rituals and bound spirits, cast a shadow over the unfolding investigation. Sarah and Michael's own renovations to the attic unveiled a hidden past, linking them inexorably to the malevolent forces lurking within the house's walls. Photographs hidden beneath the attic floorboards unveiled a chilling truth: the doll-maker's collection, with the porcelain doll at its center, seemingly moving between frames as if possessed by an unseen force. Infrared scans unveiled spectral handprints trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, a silent testament to a malevolent presence. A distant relative of the doll-maker whispered tales of arcane practices and whispered secrets, hinting at a darkness woven into the very fabric of the doll's existence. The investigation spiraled into a realm of the supernatural, where conventional truths faltered in the face of ancient malevolence. When Detective Winters vanished without a trace, her office stripped of all evidence but the empty cabinet, the enigma deepened. The doll, a harbinger of doom, slipped through the cracks of reality, leaving only whispers in its wake. The house changed hands once more, its dark legacy shrouded in silence. The doll remained lost to the world, a specter of bygone tragedies haunting the memories of those touched by its chilling presence. Detective Winters, burdened by the weight of unspoken truths, retreated into the shadows, leaving behind a legacy of unsolved mysteries. And as the house stood silent, its attic untouched and its secrets buried in the past, whispers lingered on the wind of a child's laughter in the night, of a porcelain gaze watching from the shadows, a reminder of the darkness that dwells within the hearts of men. Story 17, The Unseen Watcher. She always avoided the attic, shrouded in shadows and secrets. Yet when a tempest unleashed its fury and water seeped through the roof, she had no choice but to ascend into the forgotten realm above. The attic, a realm of neglect, harbored relics of time past, cloaked in dust and veils of cobwebs. Amidst the forgotten items lay an old dollhouse, a miniature replica of eerie detail, its tiny furnishings arranged with meticulous care. As she gazed within, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures dwelling inside were not mere dolls. They were diminutive, hand-carved likenesses of her kin, each one intricately positioned to mirror their real-life counterparts downstairs. However, one figure stood apart from the rest, the figure meant to represent her, standing sentinel by the attic's entrance. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the groove where the tiny wooden figure stood. A chill of unease coursed through her, unrelated to the icy draft that whispered through the attic's rafters. This dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a temporary dwelling her family had recently inhabited. The discovery prompted Rebecca to reach out to the authorities in a frenzy. Law enforcement soon arrived at the suburban abode to find a family in distress, huddled together in the living room, reluctant to venture back upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially dismissed their qualms as a prank or perhaps the product of vivid imaginations acclimating to a new environment. What caught Detective Harmon's attention was the astonishing precision of the miniature figures. Each delicate carving captured a unique essence of the family members: the father's thinning hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the minuscule birthmark on the mother's hand. The investigation took a sinister turn when forensics unearthed fingerprints on the dollhouse that bore no resemblance to those of the family. More disquieting still were the microscopic cameras clandestinely embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements unveiled a disquieting revelation. The positions of the figures within the dollhouse didn't just coincide with the family's seating arrangement on that fateful evening, but mirrored precise stances from various days, implying a prolonged period of clandestine observation. We realized this wasn't merely stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The culprit exhibited an obsession seldom seen in the annals of criminal psychology. A concealed entrance to the basement, camouflaged behind a pantry's false facade, came to light during the investigation. Inside, investigators unearthed a makeshift living quarters, suggesting someone had been dwelling beneath the family's feet for weeks. The absence of forced entry confounded the inquirers. Property records divulged that the house had lain vacant for almost a year before the Morgan family's arrival. Interviews with neighbors proved unfruitful, save for a solitary elderly woman who sporadically witnessed lights emanating from the house during its vacancy. The breakthrough emerged through digital scrutiny. Tracing the surveillance system's data to an external server led investigators to a modest apartment across town. Within the apartment, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and past occupants of the house met their eyes. Detailed journal entries chronicled the daily routines of each family member with alarming accuracy. However, the most chilling revelation awaited in a workshop brimming with half-finished dollhouses, each representing a distinct residence in the vicinity. The apartment's inhabitant was Martin Wells, scion of the previous homeowners. Financial records unveiled mounting debts following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the property outright, he had fashioned a covert living space, inhabiting it clandestinely while reaping rental profits from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse served as his puppetry stage, expounded the forensic psychologist engaged in the case. Each figurine symbolized someone under his watchful gaze. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a menace, it was his acknowledgement of her unveiling of his surveillance network. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed as he elucidated his motives. They dwelt in my sanctuary, slumbered in my parents' chamber. I needed assurance they treated it with reverence. When probed about the positioned figures, his retort was simple. I desired them to discern that I was ever vigilant. Psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted tale of possessive delusion. Unable to reconcile with the loss of his childhood haven, Wells constructed an intricate system to exert dominion over it. the dollhouse metamorphosed into an emblem of his ownership over both the property and its denizens. The Morgan family never returned to that house. Rebecca recounted that the most harrowing moment wasn't the discovery of the dollhouse, but the comprehension it heralded. Someone had watched us incessantly, sculpting our lives, transforming us into mere playthings. The true horror lay not in the dollhouse itself, but in the realization that in his eyes we were mere puppets to be manipulated and surveilled. Wells faced multiple charges, including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. The judicial proceedings instigated a reevaluation of real estate disclosure statutes pertaining to deaths on properties and the obligation of agents to ensure residences are vacated appropriately before new occupants settle in. During the sentencing, the judge underscored the egregious violation endured by the Morgan family. You didn't merely invade their domicile, you breached their sanctity and self-determination. You scrutinized their most intimate moments and replicated them for your gratification. What sends shivers down the spines of criminologists is the duration Wells could have operated undetected had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his journals hinted at a covert residency within households for nearly 2 years, drifting from one property to another, crafting dollhouses representing each surveilled family. The Morgan family eventually relocated to a distant locale, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statement that she still scrutinizes closets and hidden recesses habitually. Every dollhouse in miniature was purged from their new abode. Some days I still sense a watchful gaze upon me, she confessed. I ponder if somewhere out there an unseen hand still maneuvers a miniature version of me within a dollhouse I have yet to unearth. Story 18. The real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints revealed no hint of it. Yet as the family peeled back the worn carpet, a hidden door emerged. A hefty, rusted handle beckoned. It took 3 of them to swing it open. Stale air, heavy with the aroma of wet soil, greeted them. The steps descended into darkness. They anticipated storage space. Instead, they stumbled upon a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a series of photographs depicting them. Pictures snapped from within the confines of their own home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban abode during the wintry months, when dusk arrived early and the neighboring trees stood bare against the chill sky. The 2-story dwelling, with its worn siding and creaking boards, exuded charm, they had convinced themselves. Character and history. Little did they foresee the depth of history embedded within the house, or the violent collision it would have with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, finding the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer had phoned in, her voice quivering as she detailed the discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before further exploration," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with practiced ease. Camera flashes pierced the darkness, capturing the staircase in erratic bursts as the forensic team documented the scene. The wooden steps groaned beneath their weight. The basement, a cramped space akin to a standard bedroom, boasted concrete walls painted a drab gray. A fixed chair occupied the center of the room. Above it, the stark bulb cast sharp shadows, twirling slowly in an imperceptible breeze. Yet it was the lineup of photographs that seized their attention, 37 images meticulously sequenced in order of time. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," remarked Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps on the back of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer dozing on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their rooms." The inquiry uncovered no signs of forced entry, no shattered windows or tampered locks. The security system had remained silent. Nothing was stolen. Only their privacy had been stripped away, along with any semblance of security the family had harbored. Forensic analysis unveiled multiple fingerprints throughout the basement, most belonging to previous proprietors of the residence. Records disclosed the house had changed hands 6 times in the preceding decade, each family residing for less than a year before selling at reduced prices. None had acknowledged the presence of a basement. "We must interrogate every past homeowner," Connors ordered, skimming through her notepad. The case grew increasingly unsettling as they retraced the property's history. Discrepancies surfaced in the property records, blueprints altered between sales, permits submitted then retracted, inspection reports with redacted sections. A breakthrough emerged during the interrogation of the contractor who had refurbished the house 7 years earlier. His complexion drained of color upon glimpsing photos of the basement. "That chamber doesn't exist," he insisted, his hands quivering. "I renovated that place down to the core. There was no basement, no door, nothing beneath the living room except soil and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from a concealed memory card nestled inside the light fixture. Scores more images adorned their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of preceding families. Children in slumber, parents in dispute, intimate scenes, mundane routines, all captured by an unseen presence. The case veered into a darker realm with the retrieval of audio files from a weatherproof box buried in the basement corner. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master suite, the kitchen, the living room. The audio quality hinted at sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the abode, although none were unearthed during the initial search. "We need to probe every wall," Connors mandated, her tone taut with urgency. "Inspect the air ducts, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been observing these families for years." Behind the photographic wall, investigators stumbled upon a narrow passageway leading to a diminutive monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop linked to an array of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous observations about every family that had inhabited the house, their routines, their schedules, their disputes, their vulnerabilities. The handwriting mirrored samples from the residence's original constructor, a man dubbed Edward Kelvin. Records indicated he had perished during the house's construction, a detail that raised suspicions as the investigation unfolded. No death certificate had been filed, no funeral arrangements orchestrated. Edward Kelvin had seemingly vanished from official records. The concluding entries in the journal grew increasingly erratic. Phrases like "they never glanced downward" and "they never perceived me" recurred. The final page bore a solitary sentence: "The subsequent family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint scrutiny confirmed what the detectives had begun to surmise: Edward Kelvin had never departed from the house he had erected. He had merely retreated into its concealed recesses, erecting a maze of surveillance points from which he could observe the families who presumed they dwelled in solitude. The manhunt persisted for 3 days. They discovered him curled within a crawlspace amidst the upper-floor bedrooms, his form emaciated and sinewy, acclimated to navigating the narrow passages he had constructed within the walls. His eyes blinked against the glare of the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct illumination. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were actors in his private drama. He narrated observing them with the detached analysis of a scientist scrutinizing specimens. He had never made physical contact, never pilfered, never directly intervened in their lives. He had merely watched, recorded, noted. They welcomed me in, he informed the investigators, his voice gentle and rational. They inked the contracts, they became mine. The psychological evaluation concluded that Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, believing himself to be a custodian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were but transient guests in what he regarded as his enduring abode. The Mercer family never revisited the property. Like those before them, they deserted their possessions, salvaging only essentials in suitcases. The house stood deserted as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the extensive reach of Kelvin's surveillance network, hidden chambers accessible solely via crawl spaces, observation points integrated into the very framework of the edifice, all meticulously devised before the initial brick was laid. The house had been designed from inception as an observatory, its occupants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessional documentation. When the jury rendered their verdict, Kelvin displayed no reaction. He had already retreated into the labyrinth of his mind's architecture, where he could still glide unseen through the passageways of the house that now existed merely in memory. Property was ultimately razed, its subterranean depths excavated and filled. Yet for the families who had resided there, the violation persisted. They remained haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what they had never known dwelled within, watching, listening, documenting their most intimate moments from within walls they had trusted to shield them. At times, in hushed instances, they discovered themselves glancing upward at air ducts, light fixtures, the junctures where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were indeed solitary now, pondering if they ever had been. Story 19, The Enigmatic Manor. The fresh owners brushed off the oddity of the crackling intercom late at night, deeming it a charming quirk. An ancient relic long forgotten yet still alive with whispers from the past. One night curiosity got the best of the husband and he pressed the button. A soft whisper crackled through the speaker asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, hands trembling. His wife, peering over his shoulder, denied ever uttering those words. The Victorian manor stood proudly amidst ancient oak trees, its exterior weathered by time, concealing a modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had acquired the property at a surprisingly low price, despite the real estate agent's uneasy demeanor during the initial tour. The vintage intercom system, linking all rooms, had intrigued the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, her unmarked vehicle echoing gravelly crunches as she pulled up. The call had hinted at a possible break-in, but the dispatcher's tone hinted at a deeper mystery. Daniel Parker, visibly shaken, welcomed her at the door, leading her through the grand foyer. It all started with the intercom, he explained, his voice tinged with unease. First, it was just static, then whispers, and finally complete sentences. My wife thought I was imagining it until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, her hands tightly gripping a steaming mug. Without preamble, she revealed, "We found something behind the wall." Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice trailed off. Behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, gloves on, delicately turned its brittle pages. The elegant yet frantic handwriting belonged to Alina, the previous owner. Her entries hinted at suspicions of her husband Vincent planning her harm. The last entry was 30 years old, Daniel elaborated. After that, silence. The previous owners claimed to have bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. Further investigation confirmed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed resided in the house. Records showed Vincent sold the property shortly after Alina's disappearance, with no traces of divorce or financial activity in her name thereafter. A thorough property examination unearthed anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators broke through the aged concrete, the truth emerged: a woman's skeletal remains. Forensic analysis revealed blunt force trauma to the skull, with a gold wedding band inscribed, "To Eleanor, my eternal love." Vincent Blackwood, now elderly and residing in a care facility, comprehended the charges against him. His chilling response to the evidence sent shivers down Detective Reeves' spine. She wouldn't cease her chatter, Vincent's voice eerily calm. "Always through that cursed intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I unplugged it, but she rewired it herself, wanting to always be within reach." His vacant gaze met theirs. "I craved silence." During his confession, Vincent unveiled his elaborate scheme of fabricating Eleanor's departure, even sending postcards with forged handwriting to neighbors. He lived in the house for years, walking over the concrete concealing his wife's remains. The trial swiftly concluded, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The judge noted the calculated nature of the crime and the decades of deceit. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the house's dark past, sold the property. Before departing, they honored Eleanor with a garden memorial service. The intercom system, a relic of the past, was removed by the new owners during renovations. Workers reported hearing static and whispers, attributing it to interference from their tools. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before it was archived, reflecting on the house's unearthed secret. The justice system had caught up with Vincent, all thanks to Eleanor's persistent voice. The local law enforcement dubbed it the house that answered back. Detective Reeves occasionally drove past the property, slowing down with her window cracked, listening for whispers carried on the gentle breeze. Story 20. In the heart of the city, the old library stood quietly, its fate sealed by the looming threat of demolition. The workers toiled tirelessly, their efforts nearing completion, when fate intervened in the form of a hidden latch nestled within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the facade of the bookshelf swung open, unveiling a secret passage leading to a forgotten chamber. The air within was heavy, a time capsule untouched by human hands for decades. The room bore no furniture except for a solitary chair at its center, firmly anchored to the floor. Inscrawled repeatedly on the wall in desperate strokes, the haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The construction foreman, sensing the gravity of the discovery, swiftly contacted the authorities. What had started as a routine job soon veered into the realm of the inexplicable. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, found himself standing at the threshold of the hidden room. His flashlight pierced the darkness, casting an eerie glow on the chilling words that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating through the confined space. "No one disturbs anything until forensics arrives." The history of the library added layers of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. Once owned by the influential Harrington family, the building had been bequeathed to the public following the puzzling disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing without a trace during her final year of college, Rebecca's absence had left a void shrouded in uncertainty. Despite extensive searches and inconclusive leads, the family clung to the belief that something sinister had befallen their beloved daughter. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, their findings unveiled a grim reality. Traces of hair and fibers embedded in the chair, along with minute hints of blood and skin cells etched within the scratches on the wall, hinted at a troubled past. Initial analysis hinted at the presence of a young female, a grim revelation that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Detective Walsh, his intuition sharpened by years of investigative work, delved into the enigmatic past of the Harrington family. The The timing of the library's donation following Rebecca's disappearance raised unsettling questions. Further digging unearthed a troubling connection. The contractor responsible for the bookshelf's installation had close ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records hinted at clandestine dealings, casting a shadow of suspicion over the family's legacy. Former library staff, grappling with the revelation of the hidden chamber, spoke of Maxwell's peculiar behavior. An elderly librarian recalled his insistence on preserving that section of the building, attributing it to a reverence for historical significance. But the truth lurking beneath the surface painted a far darker portrait. Forensic results linking the DNA from the hidden room to Rebecca's samples sent shockwaves through the investigation. The chilling realization dawned that Rebecca had not fled, but had been held captive within the very walls of the library, possibly by a member of her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives descended upon the Harrington estate, unearthing a damning piece of evidence in Maxwell's study, a meticulously kept journal detailing his twisted fixation on his niece. Confronted with irrefutable proof, Maxwell's defenses crumbled, revealing the harrowing truth. In a chilling confession, he admitted to imprisoning Rebecca, driven by a desperate need to protect the family's reputation. The revelation of her accidental death at his hands sent ripples of horror through the community, shattering the facade of respectability the Harringtons had long upheld. As the remains of Rebecca were laid to rest and justice was served, the library's impending demolition took on a somber tone. Mourners gathered, offering flowers in silent tribute to a life unjustly taken. And in a poetic twist of fate, Rebecca's haunting message etched on the walls ensured that her voice, though silenced, would forever echo through the halls of the old library, a testament to the enduring power of truth and the inexorable march of justice. Story 21: The Enigma of the Vanishing Man. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years, the same secluded table, the same plain black coffee, the same tranquil silence. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day, he failed to make his usual appearance. Concerned, the police investigated his customary spot only to discover a wallet left behind. Inside, a driver's license revealed a face but withheld a name and address, leaving a void in place of his identity. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigma, her fingertips tracing over the cold metal table as she meticulously scrutinized the security footage. The elusive figure, now dubbed John Doe, appeared unassuming on the screen, an average man in a navy coat, carrying a weathered leather bag. His disappearance defied logic, for he had entered, he had sat, but he had never departed. "Play it again," Mercer requested, her voice tinged with intrigue. The footage replayed the mundane sequence, John's entrance during the morning bustle, his customary order, his retreat to the secluded corner table. Engrossed in writing, he paused only to sip his coffee and gaze out the window. Then the inexplicable moment arrived. He rose, left his wallet behind, headed for the restroom, and vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of his departure. "Inspect the bathroom footage," Mercer urged. "He must have gone somewhere." The specialist's response sent a shiver down her spine. There was no record of John entering any restroom. It was as if he had dissolved into the ether, leaving behind a perplexing void. Back at the precinct, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents, each piece deepening the enigma. Blank spaces replaced personal details, nameless credit cards linked to non-existent accounts, meticulously arranged cash, a recent coffee shop receipt, and a lone business card with a cryptic phone number, leading to a silent line interrupted only by faint rustling. The cafe's barista offered scant insight, recalling a quiet patron who tipped generously, perhaps with a subtle accent. Mercer probed further, but the stranger's solitary presence and cryptic notebook yielded no clues. The journal, filled with cryptic symbols and enigmatic sketches, baffled cryptographers. Mercer's efforts to identify John Doe outside the cafe proved fruitless. No recognition, no missing persons match, no database hits. Amidst the perplexing investigation, Mercer discerned a peculiar pattern in the security footage, a flicker in the time stamp coinciding with John's entrance. Setting herself at his abandoned table, she noticed an antique mirror suspended between the entrance and the restroom hallway, adorned with symbols mirroring those in John's notebook. Questioning the cafe's proprietor unveiled the mirror's ancient origins, untouched for decades. Mercer, drawn to its mysterious allure, sensed an unnatural warmth upon touching its surface. Forensics uncovered a hidden compartment behind the mirror, housing identical wallets with blank identities and a journal chronicling experiments in temporal manipulation and reality crossings. As odd occurrences plagued the cafe's patrons and sightings of John Doe persisted, a breakthrough arrived in the form of Margaret Keller, a former physicist acquainted with the elusive Daniel Weston. Weston, a theoretical physicist, vanished during a quantum mirror experiment, theorizing about parallel realities and crossings facilitated by specific locations, like the cafe, built atop his former research site. Armed with newfound knowledge, Mercer revisited the cafe, where a chilling revelation awaited her. In the mirror's reflection, she witnessed two versions of Weston coexisting in a perplexing dance of reality. Hastening to the scene, she found the mirror shattered, a final warning etched in Weston's script: "The experiment is over. The doorway is sealed. Do not pursue." The unsolved mystery of the vanishing man lingered, the cafe's closure marking the end of an era. Weston's fate remained elusive, his research materials vanishing without a trace. Mercer, haunted by the enigma, retreated to her solitude, mirroring Weston's obsession in her frantic writings. An antique mirror fragment adorned her wall, its surface occasionally rippling in unseen currents, a testament to a reality beyond comprehension. Story 22. The apartment had sat in silence for countless months, a silent witness to the passage of time. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they anticipated only the usual remnants of neglect, perhaps a layer of dust or a forgotten piece of furniture. Yet there was one door that resisted their gentle nudges, stubbornly locked from within. It stood as a barrier, concealing its secrets with a mysterious defiance. After much coaxing, the landlord managed to pry the door open, revealing a small closet shrouded in darkness. The occupants braced themselves for the sight of old coats or discarded items, but what they encountered sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore deep, jagged scratches, etched into the wood with a frantic urgency. And nestled in the corner like a ghost from the past lay an ancient flip phone, its screen still illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling enigmas, felt a chill dance down her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the absence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implications of those desperate marks on the wall's signs of a struggle, of someone trapped in a prison of their own making. "We need forensics here immediately," she directed her partner, Officer Reed, who was meticulously documenting the eerie tableau, "and gather all records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone whispered a cryptic tale: "I know what you did." The landlord, a man perpetually on edge with clammy palms, divulged that the previous tenant had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unpaid rent. A quiet young woman, kept to herself, left about 6 moons ago, he stammered, avoiding the closet's gaze, never caused any trouble. Forensic analysis uncovered a disturbing revelation within the scratches on the wall's multiple blood samples, most belonging to a single individual identified as Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old who had been reported missing. However, two other DNA profiles emerged, one unidentified and the other belonging to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This defies all logic," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, presumed dead following a past tragedy, now left his mark on the walls of Emma's sanctuary. Emma's apartment painted a poignant narrative of an existence interrupted, unopened mail, a lonely coffee mug in the sink, a meticulously made bed. Her phone records whispered of a sudden silence in her conversations with her sister, punctuated by a flurry of calls from an anonymous number before her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed informed, his brows furrowed. No name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure, obscured by a baseball cap, following Emma into her building one fateful night. The pieces of the puzzle began to align as Shaw connected the dots, leading them to a trail of hidden truths. The journey of discovery unfolded as partial fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were unearthed on the closet's doorknob. He staged his demise, Shaw concluded with a steely resolve. But why, and what ties him to Emma? The enigma deepened as a forgotten missing person case resurfaced, linking to Emma's plight. Lynette Porter, vanished 3 years prior, found a spectral connection to Emma through eyewitness accounts and haunting memories. A web of deceit and malevolence slowly unfurled, revealing a sinister narrative of control and manipulation. Mercer's dark legacy sprawled across hidden chambers, where innocence withered and hope flickered in the shadows. The pursuit of Derek Mercer spanned realms, as investigators unearthed his macabre intentions through the lens of forensic psychology. His thirst for dominance transcended mere violence. It beckoned toward a realm of unending suffering and despair. In the quiet hum of a bus terminal, Mercer's facade crumbled under the weight of justice, his escape thwarted by the relentless pursuit of truth. A life sentence awaited him, a fitting conclusion to a tale woven with malice and deceit. As Lynette Porter stood before the court, a beacon of resilience and strength, she declared, "While he dwells in darkness, I shall walk in the light." The echoes of the case reverberated through the corridors of justice, reshaping protocols and procedures in the pursuit of the missing. Detective Shaw, keeper of Emma's haunting legacy, preserved the closet door as a somber reminder of the unseen battles fought in the shadows, the silent screams etched into the fabric of existence, pleading to be heard. Story 23. Once upon a time, there was a mere glitch in the baby monitor's feed. At first, the mother brushed it off as mere interference, a blip in the technology. But then the audio crackled and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." In an instant, her blood ran cold, a chill creeping down her spine. Panic set in as she dashed to her son's room, heart pounding in her chest. Yet upon reaching the nursery, she found the crib empty, the window tightly shut, and the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its unblinking black eyes seeming to stare right through her soul. Rebecca's screams pierced the night, raw and desperate, echoing through the walls until the neighbors were stirred to action. Emergency services were summoned, arriving to find her cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of disbelief and fear on the nursery floor. Samuel, her precious 4-month-old infant, had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of questions and terror in his wake. The investigation that followed was shrouded in mystery. There were no signs of forced entry, the security system remained intact, and the baby monitor footage showed nothing out of the ordinary until that haunting voice disrupted the silence of the night. How could someone have entered a locked home, spirited away a child, and left without a trace, except for a haunting stuffed animal left behind? Suspicion soon turned towards Rebecca. Her husband Daniel had been absent on a business trip, their strained marriage bearing the weight of their infant son's disappearance. Medical records hinted at Rebecca's struggles with postpartum depression, painting her as a prime suspect in the eyes of the investigators. Her composure during questioning, though eerie in its calmness, raised eyebrows and fueled the whispers of the community. But then a breakthrough emerged. Microscopic fibers, foreign to the household, were discovered on the nursery windowsill, traces of a rare climbing rope. The focus shifted towards a skilled intruder gaining access to the second-floor nursery from the outside. Security footage from nearby homes unveiled a shadowy figure lurking in the darkness on the night of the abduction, leaving behind a partial footprint matching specialized climbing boots. With Daniel's return, the spotlight turned towards him. Unusual calluses on his hands, a newfound hobby in rock climbing, and a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel raised red flags. Phone records hinted at clandestine calls and a hidden life with a second family unbeknownst to Rebecca. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a sinister picture of betrayal and deceit. The pivotal moment came when digital forensics uncovered the manipulation of the baby monitor. The voice that whispered in the night was not from within the nursery, but a remote intrusion, a sinister plot unfolding in the shadows. The trail led to a basement where Samuel was found alive, under the care of a woman named Elaine, Daniel's first wife, haunted by loss and driven by obsession. As the truth unraveled, Daniel's denial crumbled under the weight of evidence. Encrypted messages, climbing equipment fibers, and his distinctive cough captured on the baby monitor's audio painted a damning portrait of his involvement. The courtroom held its breath as the chilling whispers were replayed, revealing the cold truth behind the facade of innocence. In the end, justice prevailed. Daniel and Elaine faced the consequences of their heinous crimes, while Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The case served as a cautionary tale, a reminder of the dangers lurking in the digital age, where technology can be wielded as a weapon against the innocent. Samuel would grow up in the light of a new dawn, shielded from the darkness of his infancy's nightmarish ordeal. Rebecca, holding onto the stuffed rabbit with its haunting black eyes, locked away the memories of that fateful night, a silent witness to the truth that had been whispered through the baby monitor's deceptive embrace. The monitor never lied. It simply unveiled a reality more chilling than any nightmare, a truth hidden in plain sight, waiting to be heard in the silence of the night. Story 24. The aged apartment exuded an aura of mystery, its heating system groaning and pipes rattling in the dead of night. These sounds, though peculiar, were dismissed as routine by its residents, a lullaby of the building's history. However, one tenant, a woman whose name echoed through the corridors like a whisper on the wind, began to notice something unsettling. Through the rusted vents, a voice, faint yet unmistakable, reached out to her. It was not the usual background noise of neighboring conversations. It was a beckoning, a calling of her name. Intrigued and unnerved, she pressed her ear against the cold metal grate, her heart quickening with each passing second. A rush of icy air brushed past her cheek, carrying with it a soft, almost playful utterance. "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw, a figure of calm amidst the eerie silence of the vacant apartment, stood motionless as the scene unfolded before her. The forensics team moved with precision, capturing every detail with their cameras as if preserving a memory. The victim, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace, only to be discovered after days of absence when a faint odor permeated the building. What they uncovered within the ventilation system defied logic and reason. Officer Patel, his voice steady but tinged with unease, recited notes from his pad. Alina had reported hearing voices through the vents, a plea that fell on deaf ears as the building management brushed off her concerns as mere noises of an aging structure. Shaw knelt beside the vent, her keen eyes tracing the deep scratch marks etched around its edges. These marks, she observed quietly, were not made by any tool but by frantic fingernails, clawing desperately from within. Alina Reeves, a beloved kindergarten teacher with a penchant for nurturing houseplants and a contagious smile, had left behind a trail of worry and confusion. Her students, unaware of the darkness that had enveloped their teacher, had crafted colorful cards in her absence. Her sister, the bearer of heartbreaking news, recounted Alina's descent into paranoia in the days leading to her disappearance. The whispers, the feeling of being watched, had consumed her until she could no longer distinguish reality from the shadows. Surveying the apartment with a newfound sense of gravity, Shaw noticed the subtle details that spoke volumes. The neatly made bed, the forgotten coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if someone had sat there, listening intently. The forensic report unraveled more layers of the mystery. Fibers that matched Alina's favorite cardigan caught in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the vent cover, and chilling audio recordings from Alina's phone. Alone in her car, rain cascading against the windows like a symphony, Shaw listened to Alina's voice tremble with fear, seeking validation in the darkness. And in response, a voice, sinister and seductive, whispered promises of companionship through the static. The building, it seemed, held secrets that transcended time and space. Delving into the history of the building, Shaw unearthed a tapestry of past tenants, each succumbing to the building's sinister allure in their own way. The superintendent, Harold Weber, a man shrouded in mystery and calm demeanor, raised suspicions with his evasive answers and hidden truths. The tendrils of the investigation led to a hidden passage in Alina's bathroom, a gateway to a realm where someone had lurked, unseen and unheard, for far too long. Weber's meticulously maintained facade crumbled when his digital footprint revealed a chilling obsession with his victims. Audio recordings, photographs taken in secret, and a digital journal chronicling his twisted relationship with Alina painted a portrait of a predator lurking in the shadows of the building. The storage unit, a chamber of horrors filled with mementos of lives intertwined with his own, bore witness to his malevolent deeds. Caught in the act of trying to flee under the cloak of night, Weber faced justice with a smile that sent shivers down Shaw's spine. His words, a haunting echo of the whispers that had plagued the building, foretold of a legacy that would linger long after his confinement. The trial, a testament to the intertwining of reality and delusion, culminated in a verdict that echoed through the empty halls, sealing Weber's fate. And yet, despite the arrest and the closure of the case, the building remained a specter of its former self. New owners, fresh paint, and renovations couldn't erase the lingering whispers that danced through the vents, the chilling drafts that carried voices of the past. The residents, haunted by the building's dark history, found solace in denial, attributing the strange sounds to mere echoes of time. The apartment building stood as a sentinel of secrets, its walls whispering tales of those who had succumbed to its enigmatic embrace. Story 25, in a quaint costume shop, the air was heavy with the scent of nostalgia as it prepared to close its doors for the final time, offering up remnants of a bygone era. Among the fading trinkets and forgotten treasures, a woman with a curious spirit reached out and plucked a mask from a forgotten corner. Its delicate features held a strange, almost unnerving lifelike quality that drew her in. The cashier's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she placed it on the counter, a whisper of doubt escaping his lips. "That's not ours." Puzzled but undeterred, the woman glanced at the mask, only to find it devoid of any identifying tag. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to bring it home, unaware of the enigmatic forces she was about to unleash. As the night cloaked the world in shadows, a soft, almost imperceptible sound stirred her from slumber. A gentle rustle of fabric, a whisper of movement. Her heart quickened as she realized the mask was no longer resting on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it perched ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her like an unblinking sentinel. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was later discovered by her concerned neighbor. The front door creaked open, allowing the morning light to spill into the dim interior of her home, casting an eerie glow upon the scene. The borrowed book forgotten, the neighbor stumbled upon a sight that would perplex even the most seasoned investigators. Catherine lay lifeless on the bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived, a figure of authority amidst the somber tableau. As forensics meticulously documented the scene, the shutter of the camera clicked rhythmically, a haunting accompaniment to the whispered conversations that filled the air. "Not a trace of forced entry," observed an officer, his pen scratching against the paper. The detective's keen gaze swept across the room, absorbing every detail with a practiced eye. A partially open drawer, a lipstick-stained water glass, mundane yet laden with unspoken meaning, all framed by the tragic figure of a woman who had met a chilling fate. The medical examiner, his expression grave, knelt beside Catherine's still form. Initial inspection reveals no evident cause of death, no outward signs of harm or struggle, he intoned, gesturing towards her frozen visage. But see here, the terror etched upon her face, it speaks of something far more insidious. Beneath the veneer of a quiet life as an art appraiser lay a shadowed truth. Colleagues spoke of Catherine's meticulous nature, her unerring eye for authenticity. Yet had this very gift led her down a path she could not foresee, towards a darkness that now enveloped her. The detective's pursuit of answers led her to the enigmatic origins of the mask. Security footage from the now desolate costume shop revealed a moment of perplexity as the cashier grappled with its inexplicable presence. The owner's denial only deepened the mystery, hinting at a sinister legacy tied to a deceased collector and his macabre acquisitions. A breakthrough emerged from the depths of forensic analysis. Microscopic fibers found on Catherine's fingertips, a cryptic residue of her final moments. The lab technicians' revelation of their otherworldly composition hinted at a malevolent force lurking in the shadows, unseen but undeniably present. The investigation unveiled a chilling pattern woven through time, a string of deaths linked by the acquisition of peculiar masks, each victim succumbing to a silent horror that defied conventional explanation. A retired detective, a relic of a past investigation, shared a revelation that transcended the boundaries of reason, a ritual of soul transference, ancient and unfathomable. Amidst the labyrinthine web of clues, a hidden journal emerged as a beacon of truth. Catherine's frantic scribblings bore witness to her descent into a realm of terror, her discoveries leading her to the heart of a malevolent cycle that preyed on unsuspecting souls. The mask, a harbinger of doom, watched and waited, its insidious purpose unfurling with each passing moment. The final verdict of the medical examiner echoed with a grim certainty: death by extreme fear, a chilling demise that hinted at the monstrous power wielded by an unseen entity. Surveillance footage, a shard of truth in a sea of shadows, revealed a figure cloaked in darkness, a mimicry of Catherine's form, wearing her fear like a shroud of deception. The hunt for the elusive mask spanned continents, a race against time to prevent another tragedy. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. Reports of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop sent ripples of dread through the investigative team, a silent reminder of the inescapable cycle that bound victim to victim in a macabre dance of death. As the case languished in the annals of unsolved mysteries, the detective held vigil over Catherine's journal, a testament to the inexplicable horrors that lurked in the shadows. Nights brought fleeting whispers of unease, a reminder of the mask's insidious legacy, waiting to ensnare another unwitting soul in its web of terror. And so the mask remained at large, a silent predator biding its time, hungering for the essence of life that pulsed behind human eyes. Its empty gaze, a harbinger of doom, watched from the darkness, a sentinel of the night, waiting for the next unwitting victim to cross its path. Story 26, the vacant house held a silent secret, untouched for years. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of the young woman who vanished, leaving the space to gather dust and memories. When the new occupants crossed the threshold, they uncovered a locked bedroom, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. With a creak and a push, the door relented, revealing a room frozen in time. The air inside hung heavy, laden with the weight of neglect, yet there was a subtle unease that lingered, unnoticed at first glance. The bed lay pristine, the mirror devoid of smudges. A solitary candle stood as a sentinel, its essence extinguished, leaving behind only a pool of solidified wax resembling tears frozen in time. Amidst this eerie tableau, a notebook beckoned, its pages whispering of a tale long forgotten. Detective Morgan delved into the handwritten words of Elise Winters, a shadow from the past brought back to life through ink and paper. Her meticulous script painted a picture of fear and uncertainty, leading up to the night she vanished without a trace. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry declared, a haunting echo of a voice silenced by the unknown. As the investigation unfolded, revealing Elise's ties to a prestigious law firm and a web of deceit shrouded in financial intrigue, the room itself held secrets within its walls. Invisible fingerprints, a white doorknob, a hidden compartment, all pieces of a puzzle waiting to be solved. The discovery of a hidden passage hinted at a truth obscured, a path unseen by those who walked past without a second glance. Through twists and turns, the truth emerged like a specter in the night. Vincent Harriman, a figure of power and privilege, stood accused of heinous crimes that sought refuge in the shadows. His attempts to erase the past were in vain, as the evidence whispered of a story untold, of justice delayed but not denied. In the quiet of the courtroom, Elise's mother's voice rang clear, a beacon of remembrance for a daughter lost but not forgotten. The house, once a silent witness, stood as a testament to a life cut short, to a battle fought in the shadows of deceit. And so the house remained empty, a sentinel of the past, a reminder of the price of truth. In the darkness of night, a faint light flickered in the upstairs window, a ghostly reminder of a woman who refused to be silenced. In the stillness of the room she never truly left, justice found its voice, echoing through the halls of a house haunted by secrets and the memory of a young woman who dared to speak truth to power. Story 27, the gentle current whispered its lullaby that morning, the water reflecting the stillness of the world around it. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, almost as if time had paused in a secluded cove. It was then that a peculiar sight caught his eye: a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore, unnoticed by the casual observer. Initially dismissing it as discarded belongings, he hesitated, drawn by an inexplicable curiosity. As he approached, the fisherman's senses were assaulted by a pungent odor, thick and suffocating. The suitcase, wrapped in chains weathered by time, revealed its secrets reluctantly. When the authorities pried it open, the truth within was a haunting echo of despair. No mere cast-off clothes lay within, instead a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a silent plea, and at the bottom a cryptic note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her presence a calm amidst the eerie tableau before her. The victim, revealed by the harsh light of investigation, was a woman in her prime, her features now distorted by the cruel embrace of the water. The meticulous work of the medical examiner unveiled a macabre attention to detail, a strange juxtaposition of care and cruelty. Observing the serene waters caress the shoreline, Mercer's intuition whispered truths unseen. She was not discarded here, she mused, a shiver running down her spine. She was arranged, deliberately displayed. The victim, identified as Catherine Walsh, a respected real estate agent of impeccable reputation, lived a life shrouded in mystery and solitude. As the investigation delved into Walsh's world, a portrait of perfection unraveled before their eyes. Her pristine home, a facade of flawless precision, held only fragments of the enigma she concealed. But it was her home office that harbored a hidden narrative, a journal bearing witness to a silent stalker lurking in the shadows. Intriguing clues emerged from the digital shadows, a web of cryptic messages hinting at a sinister presence unseen. Mercer's keen eye pieced together the puzzle, the predator's chilling ritual, a dance of obsession and control. The facade of perfection shattered, revealing a darkness that thrived in the shadows. A breakthrough, unexpected yet inevitable, led the investigation to a quiet maintenance worker, Michael Linden. His unassuming demeanor belied a chilling reality, a meticulously crafted facade masking a twisted obsession. Linden's lair unveiled a shrine to his victims, a twisted tribute to his deranged sense of order. In the cold confines of the interrogation room, Linden's facade crumbled, revealing a chilling truth. They were flawed, his voice echoed, devoid of remorse. Their perfection was a lie I could not abide. The haunting echoes of his confession reverberated through the courtroom, a testament to the darkness that dwelled within. As the trial unfolded, the families of the victims found solace in justice served. Linden's silent demeanor betrayed no remorse as his fate was sealed a life sentence, a lifetime to ponder the depths of his depravity. For Detective Mercer, the case closed, yet the shadows of unanswered questions lingered, a reminder of the darkness that lurks beneath the veneer of normalcy. The river, ever flowing, carried away the remnants of a twisted tale, its waters cleansing the scars left by a predator's touch. But in the quiet of the precinct on Mercer's desk lay the chilling reminders of a darkness that dared to manifest in the light of day. The notebooks, silent witnesses to a tragedy unseen, whispered of the fragility of perfection and the monsters that lurk in the shadows, waiting to pounce on unsuspecting prey.